welcome everyone. My name is Steady. I am today joined by Trav for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. A bit of a new event for you guys. First of all, Trav, how are you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely amazing. Really looking forward to some of the games we've got lined up today. Some absolutely phenomenal teams in this tournament as well, and I'm really looking forward to some of the games.
Yeah, that's for sure. It's the birthday of Trovo, and yeah, we're going to be celebrating that with a nice event. We have our format, first of all, that we need to run through. It's going to be a best of three sets, best of three games in each set. And here are the maps. Minecart Madness for Gem Grab, Brawl Ball on Backyard Bowl, and then Heist on Save Zone. Later on, so starting in day 2 tomorrow for the quarterfinals and further, we will have best of 5 sets. So a couple more maps to be playing around with.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, these are really good maps as well. We've got the competitive pool all the way through. Prize pool is going to be this, and it is 5,000 euros, an absolute huge amount of money for this first-time tournament in Brawl Stars. Going to be seeing for that first place, we're going to be seeing that 1,600 euros of cash. And going down towards the bottom, second is going to be taking home 800. Third to fourth are going to be taking home 400. Fifth to eighth, 200. And even just making the round of 16 guarantees you that 100 euros prize pool.
Yeah, every single team is going home with at least 100 today. We'll also have a bit of a bonus later on. We will talk about that later. Let's give a look at our bracket for this top 6 team. We have Extra Mirrors versus Geoblock, Final Stand versus Tavarium, Knockers, I think, versus AC Milan Clash, FA versus Gojo, Escobar against Infamous, 7W Gaming versus Volpisori, FDP Brawl Stars versus Navi, and then 09 Gang versus No Fear. Do you recognize some of those teams, Trav?
Yeah, some extremely recognizable teams, even from the top level of Brawl Stars competitive. You've got to be looking towards, Final Stand in that top half of the left-hand side. Then, AC Milan Clash, one of, if not the best teams in the world at the moment. Navi over the right-hand side too. And, Escobar do have some really strong Dutch players playing for those too.
Yeah, we got a very international roster of teams in front of us for this event. I'm expecting some really heated matches, and honestly, I mean, everything is lining up perfectly for a great session of Brawl Stars. We got amazing prize pool, amazing teams, and the best casters as well. So I'm expecting some real heat. I think we are ready to hop into our first game. Oh, sorry, the viewer game. Yes, we are gonna have a bit of a contest later on where you guys can participate as well. After our 4th match, we will be playing some solo showdown with us, so you guys can win up to 50 euros per match by competing in solo showdown against myself and Trav. So yeah, a bit of a friendly competition and a chance for you guys to get involved and take a bit of that prize pool away for yourself.
Yeah, it's always good to have the viewers entertained and ready to hop into some games with both me and Teddy. Obviously, with Teddy on the board, it is going to be extremely hard to win just because he's such a good player, as we all know. We are going to be looking at the referral codes now, and if you use the referral code Trovo Titans when you register as a streamer on Trovo, you will be getting these referred streamer gems, which do equal some real life money in the long run.
Yeah, if you are considering streaming and starting to stream, whether it's Brawl Stars or any other game, this is your opportunity to just make a bit more money for it. So definitely something you guys need to look into. Streaming is quite fun. Both of us are streamers as well, and you could be amongst us. All right. Well, talking about this event today, which teams do you feel like might have a bit of an either an underdog stories or some names that you think are particularly going to shine through today?
Well, you've always got to be looking at AC Milan Clash to make it to that final. I'm sure you are as well. On the other side of things, Navi, who are a Russian team, been notoriously good and being picked up by such a good org as well, can give them that little boost they need to make the finals. I'm really looking towards Escobar too. Do have two really strong Dutch players alongside an English player too. So they are a really big threat to be reckoned with. And, you know, those three teams are the main ones that I'm really looking for to get to these semi-finals.
Yeah, I very much agree with your take. I think earlier you pointed out Final Stand as well. Also, one of those great teams that on a good day they can really get far. The question is, you know, how well can they perform today and tomorrow as well, right? So yeah, today, guys, we will have 8 matches. It's going to be every single round of 16 match, and then tomorrow we'll move on to the quarters, semis, and grand finals to you know, see how the prize pool will get divided. But guys, we also got some information for the next event. So yeah, look at that. We already got 5,000 euros in League of Legends Aram, also for some Warzone solos. Right now, we are in the middle of the 3v3 Brawl Stars tournament. Just finished the qualifiers. Starting today was the playoffs. And then we will have some Counter-Strike action with a Wingman tournament. And that's going to be on May 29th until June 1st.
Yeah, if you are a CSGO player or you know one, be sure to recommend them to Trovo Titans Birthday Bash, as they will be having some more tournaments in not just Brawl Stars, but other tournaments too over the next couple of months. So you've got to be looking out for that, as well as Brawl Stars 2, to keep in tune with it.
Yeah, for sure. Plenty of events covered. And, you know, I'm sure there's still going to be more than that afterwards or in some sort of way. So a great platform to just catch up with esports and get involved yourself if you want to get started in your esports career. Those events are absolutely free to enter. You just got to register and then you're in. That's as easy as that.
Yeah, you know, being an esports player myself in the past, you know, you've really got to be started somewhere. And these Trovo tournaments, they do seem like the perfect place to get started. You know, they've got a good amount of prize pool, being the 5,000 today, and maybe smaller amounts than that in the future, but you never know. This can be the breakthrough that you do need to be at the level, you know, of these really notorious teams at the top of the scene.
Yeah, for sure. You got to start somewhere, and you know, why not do it for 5,000 euro prize pool? That just sounds like absolutely perfect to me to get started. One subject I want to touch upon real quick, Trav, is the balance changes that happened last week. Any particular brawlers that you feel like, you know, took a big hit from a nerf, or that are, you know, particularly shining right now?
Yeah, I mean, you know, looking at brawlers that are really shining, we've seen Carl come through so prominently in the meta after that buff that he did get. With that 15% extra pickaxe speed when he throws it out, it really allows him to get not only a faster shot, but when he's using that flying hook too, he can get places much quicker due to the speed of that. But you've also got to be looking towards the likes of Barley and 8-Bit, who really took a heavy hit with those balance changes.
Yeah, for sure. The meta always changes around. And although I feel like it was rather subtle balance changes this month, nothing like huge. Even the brawlers that got nerfed pretty hard, like 8-Bit and Barley, we still see them, right? It's not like they completely disappear like many brawlers have in the past. But, you know, it's balancing out, making things a bit more even across the board and keeping the meta varied. I feel like overall the meta has been quite varied with the 2 bans per team format, you know, pretty much ever since it started. I don't feel like we had like, you know, like 1 or 2 brawlers that we would see every single game. Actually, very often we even see 2 teams having like 6 different brawlers on the board. That's something that I don't think I saw ever last year. So I'm hoping it stays that way.
Yeah, hugely diverse meta, you know, every single time we see different bans, and targeted bans do come into play as well, really prominently, especially with these more well-known teams who you are going to see prominently in a lot of tournaments getting to those final stages, and therefore you kind of know what brawlers they're really strong with. Perfect example being the likes of Linane with Mortis, or, you know, Spen with Jean and stuff like that. So you really got to watch out for these players, and that's why targeted bans can also really come in. But as you say, meta being so diverse, you've really got to look at other brawlers too.
Yeah, I completely agree. And, the fact that there's 2 bans per teams also means you have a bit more room to play around with. Before that, with only 1 ban, well, if there's like a very heavy hitter like Bell has been since release, for example, and you wouldn't go for the Bell ban, then you would be taking a very big risk that your opponents would ban it either by thinking, that they can play around with the bans, and then you end up having her in the field and you really don't want to. But talking about bans, we have our bans ready for our first match. That is going to be Stu and Poco on the side of Extremirs, and then Geoblock banning Tara and Penny. Interesting bans, especially from Geoblock.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you can see that kind of just by these bans, Extremiers look definitely the more experienced teams in terms of competitive. Tara and Penny, some really, really unorthodox bans, I must say. Tara being very, very strong at the moment with that support from Beyond Gadget just coming so prominently in when Stu's in the meta, but that being banned as well really does take that out of play a huge amount. Penny, never even see it played, never mind banned, so that's really worrying me.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel too confident about those bans. I feel like Tara, the only place I would see her banned is like in a best of 3 if you have like, a couple of good Brawl Ball or Jam Grab maps where she's strong, and like Snake Prairie. That would be the only scenario where I could imagine a Tara ban. Just like in the monthly qualifiers, I think we saw some bow bans when there was Snake Prairie, like in the first map. Just because you can actually it was in Brawl Masters, but yeah, this is all stuff to take into account. We'll find out when we have the maps. But honestly, it's a bit scary, to be completely honest with you, Trav. I feel like those brawlers, especially Penny, you don't really see her all that much, and if you feel like she's a threat and that you are not able to deal with her if your opponents play her, I don't know. I feel like that's gonna, yeah, as you said, put a bit of a disadvantage, perhaps, especially since very heavy hitters like Bell are going to be in the mix. Still, Barley, Carl as well. They're all going to be absolutely playable. So yeah, I hope that they're ready for that.
Yeah, it's worrying. It really is. And I must say, in these best of 3 formats, I think you touched on it a little bit there, more personalized bans can come in just to cater towards these maps when it's a bit more of a wider format. Being the best of 5, it really does open a lot more maps. So then you've got to kind of take into account the vast array of maps rather than just the 3. And this really allows you to focus the bans directly on them.
Yeah, exactly. Some brawlers are going to be extremely strong on certain maps and then completely, useless on others. That's why, if we do get to see some Snake Prairie, for example, and a best of 3, I guess that the Tara ban could work, but even then, I feel like it might not be the best brawler to go for, especially since most teams, when they are scrimming and practicing, they are going to be practicing those sort of maps with the Tara, and on the others, you don't play her in the first place, or a bit more at the moment. I feel like she has been slowly, getting back up in the meta. But she's still not top 5. She is maybe barely top 10 or something like that, which does mean that that being the first choice for them, unless maybe they're very confident and they think that those new brawlers, the very meta brawlers at the moment, maybe they think they can win by playing them in an even matchup. In which case, I would say sure, but even then, I don't really know. It's a bit worrying, as you said, especially since Penny is a very, very odd ban. Like it just doesn't work anywhere. You see it once in a while, like in ladder, and even there it doesn't work like very well. So let alone in competitive. But we are here to find out. We kick things off with some minecart madness action. And immediately, I feel like Estramir's comp is, the kind of the go-to comp at the moment, despite some slight nerfs onto Sandy. Geoblock going for something quite a bit different. Pam, not a brawler you see here all that often anymore. It used to be really strong here, but yeah, things have changed quite a bit. Rosa as well as a Curse Decision, and Tick. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure either. What do you think, Trav?
Yeah, I don't know. It really seems like a bit of a weird meta, to be honest. Obviously, we're seeing, Extremirs play an absolutely incredible comp, really surprising not to see any Crow at all, as we saw that come so prominently through in the weekend. But yeah, Gene is a really, really strong brawler. And it just looks on Geoblock side of things like they don't have a dedicated gem carrier. And this is kind of showing now as they have dropped a lot of gems, and the lead is heavily in Extremir's favor.
Yeah, I also feel like there's no real synergy between any of their brawlers, you know what I mean? Like, sure, Pam can have a healing station, but there's not really anyone that can stay in the middle well and have a lot of movement anyways. I mean, there's just not a lot of synergy between those brawlers, which is going to make it a bit more complicated to, push together and try to maximize the value of their pushes. That is going to be Alvaro going down to Skur Bipper, but oh my, what happened there?
I believe we did see a bit of a connection issue from him, but Alvaro is just able to swoop in, collect those gems back again, and still Extremirs are going to be taking this regardless of that bit of a misplay there from Antolin. And, Geoblock are really going to have to make some changes if they want to make this work, and, Extremirs absolutely dominant first game from those guys. Minecart Madness, I must say, weird to see Rose in the play at all, just the fact that she thrives so much off the bushes.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting decision. I feel like overall the comp here just didn't really work for them, did it? Like, I was talking about synergies, but those are brawlers that do need some sort of synergy. Like, you can't just put a Rosa in play and there's nothing to support her, because a Pam, it's not really gonna do all that much. The Rosa is gonna want to constantly put pressure and push up, and it's not like, if you had a poke or a Byron, he can heal from afar. The Pam not really as much, because if she puts a very aggressive healing station, it's gonna be gone in like 5 seconds, so it's pretty much pointless. And the Tick as well was really struggling, because as a Tick on such an open map, it works if you play super defensive or super aggressive, but the thing is they had no way to really have any sort of mid control, so he was basically just defending, but they didn't care because they had access to the gems. So yeah, it just didn't really make all that much sense. I'm not a fan of Tick on this map. I don't think we see it very often, and that was pretty much the reason why, because once you get pushed up, you have to really fall back a lot, and you have no real way to go for any sort of mid retake. So yeah, Extremirs was a much superior comp. They are playing, arguably still the best comp in the game right now. Just because it has so much synergy between every single brawler, especially Max, that is just able to support everyone in the team, but also Sandy and Jean having so much clutch potential and working so well with the movement speed. It's just such a versatile comp that is so hard to counter, and that just is ready to deal with so many different situations, that I think it makes perfect sense that they went for that one. We'll see an Ems, and the rest is the same. I mean, I feel like it wasn't hard to do something worse than Tick, but M's still going to be a bit of a challenge for them to win this one.
Yeah, and I must say, my prayers were heard, and Extremo is going to be playing that Crow, who I said was going to be so prominent, and tapping up that Rosa a lot, and with the slow intoxin, it's just so good on this map, just being able to slow all the opponents down. Synergize that with a gene pull, and it's all over for the opposing team, and you can see that now. 5 gem lead directly in favor of Extremirs, and Geoblock really not looking like they're moving anywhere near up the map.
Well, Skip Blipper seems like he's not moving whatsoever. Another missed pull from Antolin. There was one in the previous game as well. We'll have to be careful, especially once the matches get a bit tougher, that his pulls are maybe a bit more on point. Movement speed popped by Alvaro as well. Extremo considering going for the jump, but we'll wait for a second. There's 9 gems on Extremir, so just one more will be enough to get that countdown started.
Yeah, with this Gene and Max combo. Now, they're just going to be able to swoop in for that gem nice and early, but bit of a weird jump from Extremo there. Not really putting too much pressure on, but then again, he does need to stay up. That's why he was probably being quite defensive with it. Slow Intoxin going to be coming in now, and it connects with Pam, and he is taken out by the minecart in a bit of an unfortunate scenario for him, but this is going to be Extremirs taking the first set by storm, regardless of Antolin missing yet another pull.
Yeah, Extremirs up 1-0 in sets now, and in a best of 3, that goes quite quick. I think that was best of threes. If you have some good momentum of the first set, not that they really need it anyways at this point, but it can really carry on quickly to the second set, and things can just be so fast. I mean, you can lose in only 4 games. With that being said, I really like how you pointed out towards the end of the game that the crow jumped in a very odd position. I honestly think that like he jumped in and then he saw that he also had a gem and that they needed it for the counter. So he was like, oh, well, actually, I can't do that. So he just went backwards. But yeah, it was definitely much better on the side of extra mirrors, much, much more convincing. But even then, I feel like they do still need to warm up a bit more. Comp wise, they were absolutely on point. I think that both comps they brought in those games, although it was only the Sandy, becoming a crow. I feel like they were super solid. Like I have no complaints regarding that. GeoBlanc, however, I feel like they didn't play a single meta brawler in 2 games.
Yeah, Extra is clearly being very in tune with the meta. Whereas, GeoBlock pulling out the same 2 brawlers yet again in that one and then pulling out M's, really not showing any signs of improvement at all. And, at the level we're really seeing from GeoBlock, you expect them to kind of play something a bit unorthodox off the start, but then copy the opponent's comp when they realize it works. And they're the kind of strategies we really do see coming out of these lesser known teams. But, Extra is really looking strong. I don't know if that's because GeoBlock aren't looking as good, but they've still got a lot of warming up to do, as you say, as even with the max speed, the Gene has been missing a lot of pulls.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like, so far, comparing to some of the other teams that we know in this bracket, it did feel like they would need to step up to be competing against them. But first thing first, they need to close out this specific match. So far, first kill or 2 actually going the way of Extremiers. They have a good chance at scoring here. Antolin is just gonna walk it in, shoot it through Pack Army, and pick up the first goal for Extremiers.
Yeah, good start from Extremiers there, and I must say, looking towards these brawlers yet again, we're seeing some very unorthodox picks on the side of GeoBlock. Really nice counters, I must say, from Extremiers there, as they do pull out the Amber against the Frank, but eventually a super does hit for him, and Amber is brought extremely low. GeoBlock do need to try and put some pressure on Pit of an absolutely phenomenal jump from Extremo. More than likely going to be popping that slowing toxin, but he's just keeping Eloy nice and low, but the Invisa heal does come in, so a huge advantage there, getting him healed up nicely. Just waiting for Pack Army to try and do something on this defensive line here, but yet again, being set on fire by that oil.
Yeah, this smells like a lot of trouble for Extremiers. This is going to be the goal, and Extremiers at match point, 1 win away from the quarterfinals already.
Very, very smooth sailing from those guys for now, at least. We might see something turn around and GeoBlock pull out a good comp that might really help them thrive in this game. But it's just not looking likely at this point, as Extremiers have been so dominant throughout these 3 games. Really, nothing standing in their way, and I don't believe that GeoBlock even pushed out of their half of the map in that entire game there. And it really is worrying for those guys to come this far and go home in the round of 16.
Yeah, I agree. I'm thinking again about Bell, for example, that is not banned. They know about it, but they aren't playing it. Then if you don't plan on playing it and you don't have anything to counter it, why don't you ban it? You know what I mean? I think the ban process is a way to remove some of the problems you have in your team, because you maybe have no one that really likes playing this brawler, or your comps get countered by this specific brawler. In this case, all of that applies, but they still decided to rather ban Penny. So not entirely sure why, but the match point is getting started for Extremiers, and they already are 1 kill up. Tons of HP, lost the pass to Antolin, and it's an open goal. Extremiers, well, they're looking to seal the deal here.
Yeah, and I must say, though, GeoBlock have finally pulled out a brawler that is actually good on the map in that B, but just look at this, pure domination coming in from Extremiers, and this is looking like it's going to be done before it even seems like it started. Ball trickles in, and it's all over for GeoBlock.
Yeah, that was a very short-lived appearance in the event, but it's still some experience. If you're not a team that has ever played competitive before, you still get to learn from it. It's your time under the spotlight. It's some past experience, a VOD that you can watch afterwards, kind of see what went wrong, take some inspiration from the other teams that are still competing. So it's a learning process. The best players in the world, they didn't start off winning $1 million events on their first days in competitive. They started off with stuff just like this, and probably was a lot less prize pool as well. So yeah, first experience for them, or one of the first experience, I assume, didn't go exactly as planned, but at least they got a bit of a return to reality, a bit of a taste of what competitive is like, and hopefully we'll see them again for the next time. Yeah, a bit of a tough matchup here.
Yeah, I will say, nice to see teams like GeoBlock actually wanting to participate in competitive formats, though, but they will be going home not empty-handed. I will say they will be taking home that 100 euros between them, and we will be seeing Extremers advance to that quarterfinal, which is perfect for those guys.
Yeah, they will be moving on to the quarters, which will be played tomorrow. With that being said, God, we are heading towards a very short break, and we'll see you guys for the second round of 16 match. welcome back everyone for the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. That was match number 1 with Extremiers taking a pretty convincing victory to move on to the quarterfinals. This leads us towards our second match of the day. Let's just start by moving on towards our format. But honestly, man, this has been already a pretty nice start. Look at this. Parallel plays Nuts and Bolts, Canal Grande. So some Gem Grab, Siege, and Bounty respectively. What are your thoughts comp-wise? Maybe some bans you predict here, Travis?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, you've always got to be looking towards, the Stew and Bell bands. Some of these maps can benefit quite heavily from Poco, such as Parallel Plays. We've seen the likes of Poco BB come out a lot on that map, and Canal Grande also boils down to quite a lot of tanks too if the throwers aren't in play. But, you've always got to be looking towards the Bell and Stew.
Yeah, let's give a quick look at our updated bracket as well before we hop into this match, see what other matches you guys can expect for tonight. So we already see Extremiers 2-0 victory against GeoBlock. Very convincing affair. This time around, we're going to be watching Final Stand versus Tivarium. Final Stand is a team that I'm very familiar with. Tivarium or Tivarium, I'm not entirely sure. Have you heard of those guys before?
I don't believe so, no, but as you say, Final Stand, very notoriously good team. Sitting in the high end of Tier 2 competitive, and we've seen quite a lot of good performances come out of them recently. A couple of English lads in there, I will say as well, got me, behind the back, patting them there and just cheering them on silently. Sometimes you've just got to root for your own nationality of players, but yeah, very, very strong players, and I'm looking forward to watching these games.
Yeah, me too. It's definitely one of those teams that we are going to be keeping an eye on for this event. Maybe the opportunity to have a bit of a breakthrough. As you rightly said, they've been sitting towards the top of Tier 2, but I do have to say that they've been struggling quite a bit to really get through that ceiling. It's definitely a challenge, you know what I mean? And it comes down to many elements. Also, the opponents you're scrimming, because they might not have the highest quality of scrims just yet to really get through that. This is why events just like this, where they might be facing AC Milan Clash, they might be facing Navi later on, can really help them quite a bit.
Yeah, honestly, you've got to have the actual scrims have got to be very, very worth your while if you're going to be doing them. And, coming up against teams like Clash and Navi who are going to have that top-level scrims, top-level competitive experience, it's going to be really difficult for a team like Final Stand to stand up to them in those semi-finals when they do advance a bit further through. And even at that, they're going to be facing quite a strong team, as we've just seen in the quarterfinals. So, expecting them to win this one, but it's going to be close clash in the next round.
Yeah, that's for sure. As you said, I think they're the favorites just, from the fact that you and I combined know a very wide amount of teams. And since Tivarium is not one of the teams that we know, at least from name, it is not the best indication. Obviously, we will find out. This also gives them the element of surprise. Our bans, however, are Bell and Stu on the side of Final Stand, Bell and Jean for Tivarium. This looks much better and much more usual to competitive Brawl Stars, doesn't it?
Yeah, I will say Final Stand we expect to come out with some really good bans, but just looking at the bans from Tivarium, it kind of does give you a nice little insight into their competitive knowledge. And, with the Bell and Jean bans, both really, really strong brawlers at the moment. Jean with that magic hand is always going to be a prominent brawler, being able to turn those games on their head instantly. And Bell as well, probably one of, if not the strongest brawler in the game. So it kind of gives me a good indication into their game knowledge just by looking at their bans.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very, drastic difference compared to our first match. It does feel like they have a deep understanding of the meta and of, what is strong and not, what you should be banning or not. At least so far, this is indicating a pretty nice match ahead of us. Once again, Final Stand a bit more renowned, but, a bit more of an element of surprise for Tivarium. The better the team and the most known a team is, the most footage there is going to be online of them playing competitive, where it's going to reveal their comps, their strategies, and therefore, if you do your homework well, you can maybe spot a couple of weaknesses. This is the case for Final Stand, not so much for Tivarium. So it's going to depend on how much homework they put in beforehand, how ready they are for this matchup. And it seems that from the ban, I mean, Gene is also a really strong ban against Final Stand. They use that quite a bit. And look at that, they're playing with GGem as well. You love to see it. So far, a bit of an invasion as well from Tom early on. Going to give a very slight early lead in favor of Final Stand.
As I said at the start, this Poco and BB comp is very, very solid. But on the other side of things, you're seeing the Max, the Jesse, and the Amber, 3 really, really strong counters to that. GGM's going to be holding this defense extremely firmly, but Max is just doing an absolutely phenomenal job of staying in an aggressive position here. And even if this turret goes down from Gala, it's going to be having another one in hand instantly. Regardless of that fact, though, getting some good percentage on that offensive zone, which can really come back to bite them in the future.
Yeah, every percent counts on this map. As Kanan tries to defend, they don't really have to. That's the thing, because since they have that early lead, if they just keep control of the top right side, they don't need to bother about defense. Obviously, in a 2v1 scenario here, Tom is going to end up going down, and they need to protect the bottom side, not to lose that lead. But so far, so good for Final Stand. It is quite a bit of a close game to kick things off.
Yeah, you know, I will say, I really like this defensive positioning from Tom on this right-hand side, just being able to push up with its batting stance, gets that finish off on Max as well, and a really, really good aggressive push from Final Stand now, and it's really showing that they are going to be taking the zone if they can keep these heals up. Tuning Fork coming in from Kanan too, and the knockback from GGM doesn't connect. But regardless of that fact, the heals coming in, looks like Tom's going to be able to stay on the zone for a long amount of time and possibly even finish this off here.
Yeah, that was close. Kanan is so low HP, just needs to walk it in, but he's not really able to get into the zone. GGM, though, with the jump pad, will close things out. It was a really, really close game, to be honest. And sure, there is still like a 30-something% difference in percentages towards the end. But honestly, you know, it all turned around because they had the advantage. And at some point towards the end, the Terrarium, they just had to defend. And that means they couldn't really cap any percentages of their own. I think it was closer than what it looked. It was just really well played by Final Stand, really able to capitalize on that super early lead. And those couple of seconds in the beginning where they got like 3% in enemy territory, they really showed their impact towards the end, because it meant that, you know, since they had one player, Tom, in the zone, they could just stay there. They didn't need to bother too much about defense. They could just completely take enemy ground and just keep getting percentages. And if you're fighting in your enemy's zone, well, you're getting percentages. Well, they're not.
Yeah, you know, I will expand on what you just said. You know, with this, you said it a bit earlier in the game too. Having just even the smallest amount of percent on the offensive zone can really matter. And even on either zone, a little amount of percentage can come back to bite you. And I did say that in the game too. Seeing that you're able to just go on the aggressive just because of that 3% lead, it really, really does, it really helps. And especially with a comp like Poco BB, where you can just keep healed up using the Tuning Fork, the Capo, as well as the Super on that zone. A batting stance BB is going to be so difficult to take down in the long run.
Yeah, I completely agree. Final Stand play this one off better. I do feel like if we had a bit more aggression early on from Terrarium, maybe bringing in something like a Mortis, for example, they could try to put a bit more pressure around and not have to be defending for the entire game. They are going to keep the same comp, I believe, for all 3 players, and actually all 6, all 5 actually, as Tom is going to be switching off to the Carl. I like that approach. It's going to switch things off a little bit, and Carl has so much utility to work around with. He's such a versatile brawler.
Tom having this position here is just going to do them such a good value. Just because of that, being able to use that flying hook up there, and, you know, Carl has one of, if not the best peeking abilities in the game with this pickaxe. And you can really see him as he starts to secure this percentage, almost taking down Shadow there too. And GGM just scanning this left-hand side yet to get a percentage on the offensive zone from Terrarium, and it's looking extremely good for Final Stand heading on to the second portion of the game.
Yeah, just similar to previous game, except this time around they got a lot of percentages on enemy territory early on into that game. Tom is going to fall, but that's still 2 players in that zone, especially with something like a Gale. Look at that, has a super available, and he can just defuse any sort of a push from Tiberium. He will take a lot of damage. Nice stun from GGem. Picks up the kill. Shadows is so low HP as well. He's gonna fall, and that's gonna be Final Stand picking up this game and this first set.
Yeah, really nice plays from Final Stand there. I must say, even with the worst comp in the first game, I'd say at least the worst matchup, they still managed to pull through, which kind of just shows, how good they are as players to be able to benefit from a matchup like that. And I must say, Tom with these aggressive
Tom is going to be switching off
really
to the
seems to be working.
Switch things off.
Yeah, being able to use that flying hook up there, and
good.
Carl has one of, if not the best peeking abilities in the game with this pickaxe. And you can really see in replay now, you can see, Tom being able to get that percentage of that left-hand side now. I mean, the right-hand side. It just really, really did work out. And, that's just how it's going to be when you're using that flying hook, Carl. It's going to benefit so, so heavily.
Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like overall, man, Carl is so versatile. He has such a complete kit. Like, other brawlers like that would be Max, for example. Max does have a bit more team utility that Carl lacks of. But as an individual brawler, just caring about himself, Carl is just amazing. Like, he has very, very high mobility. He has high damage. He has quite a bit of HP. It's just such a strong kit. And I was surprised to not see any Carl from Tiberium because it's so strong. It's so strong at pretty much everything and against so many different matchups, especially when Stu is banned. That leaves a bit more of an opening for Carl to just absolutely shine. Siege is going to be up next. Do you have any ideas of brawlers that could be great? Well, actually, we're getting started.
Yeah, straight into it. It's in M's from Tom, which is a bit of a weird pick, clearly heavily predicting these tanks, which Shadow is going to be playing, and a good pick up off the start. Being able to pick up a Sprout with an M's really does require some good skill from Tom, and it does show. Bolts started to be banked from both teams now, but it looks like Final Stand are going to be confirming this first push, regardless of the fact Shadow's managed to pick up two really nice bolts. It's looking like they might be actually, and they do, as a really nice pickup from Shadow comes up on the left-hand side.
Yeah, Shadow's really clutched up for Tiberium because honestly, Final Stand, they had like 80% of middle control, but the 20% remaining were where the bolts were, and Shadows was able to hold on his ground. That's going to be some decent damage for a first siege, about 30%, not too shabby, but Final Stand, they need some sort of a retake. They had 2 bolts from the previous round, but they will be looking for some more, if not for this siege bot, for the next one.
Yeah, heavy damage coming in off the start, and that's really not going to bode well if they do guarantee this round as well, and it looks like they're going to as Shadow with some amazing control. Flying Hook being popped but not activated by the opponent. Kanan in a really nice position, does use that speed and avoids the BB shot, going to be hit by the second one though, and a triple kill going to be coming in from Tiberium, and they do take the second bot, and that's worrying for Final Stand.
Yeah, and what's even more worrying is that they only found 1 bolt in this whole preparation phase, which is definitely not a good sign. The siege bot will be dealing some more damage with some assistance of the Sprout that can just get some damage from afar. 2 versus 3 on the retake, 3 bolts on each side. This is looking excellent for Tiberium. We need some sort of a miracle from Final Stand. Shadow pushing up, might end up going down. Oh, he takes down Tom, and this is gonna be an amazing situation to play around with for Tiberium.
Yeah, not the biggest fan at all of this M's pick that Tom's gone with. It just seems to be countered by near enough all 3 brawlers. If Shadow can play it well, that's another matchup for him too, and regardless of the amount of work Kanan and GGem have been putting in, it's just really, really difficult to win that matchup with an M's. And the Sprout just being such a good pick, regardless of the fact GGem and Kanan have some really good aggression, it's going to go in favor of Tiberium.
Yeah, this is much, much better than Hot Zone from Tiberium. Close to a flawless game, to be honest. I mean, they only dropped 3 bolts. 3 bolts leaked to Final Stand in the entire game. That's very convincing. So if they can keep it up like that, it's looking pretty good. Obviously, as you rightly said, some weaknesses perhaps in the comp from Final Stand as well. Especially looking at the M's, that would have been amazing if there were some more tanks, but BB is not really the tank that gets countered the most by M's, and that was the only one that, at least M's could have some favorable interactions with, possibly. So Yeah, a bit of a tough first game of Siege for them. Any prediction or ideas regarding what they could switch off towards, whether it's just the M's that goes away or the entire comp from Final Stand?
Yeah, honestly, you can kind of just look towards ignoring that M's and maybe taking something like a BB to match Shadow's aggression, being able to pick up
Mhm.
so many bolts, and that first bolt's such a crucial one. And with BB, it's gonna be so much easier to pick that up and get it in the bank, ready for that first push to be taken. But yeah, with that aggressive BB, you can even take on the Sprout with that speed star power, and it really does allow you to get up in their faces and get these bolts guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that what's the most interesting as well is that in that game, the first siege bot, that was the only moment where we had control from Final Stand and where they were winning some fights. After that, it all went downhill. We have the Barney now on Cannon, Tom going for the BB to match Shadows, and look at this first siege bot. I think it's going to be a tie, actually. Unless they pick up the kill, and they won't. It's going to be a draw for Siegebot number 1. And oh boy, do we know how dangerous that can get afterwards.
Yeah, Final Stand with this mid control going to be banking a lot of bolts, but they've got to watch out for this push out from Tiberium, and that can really be what decides it. If they can get solid defense on this one and some good bolts banked in this round, it can really bode well from heading into that last one. And you're seeing that now as the Carl does use that flying hook in. Tom is going to be picking up some good bolts over the left-hand side now, but not going to be able to match that max speed with the opposing BB. And a lot of bolts being banked now, especially if Gala can pick this one up and get it in the bank.
Yeah, this is definitely a good situation for Final Stand. They are 100% sure to get this siege mob. The question is, Tivarium, if you look at it, they have a lot of bolts as well. So if Final Stand can't find a lot of damage, they're going to be in big-time trouble afterwards.
Yeah, 9 bolts in at the bank, 10 now as the Carl does use that flying hook back just to guarantee it. Shadow going on the aggressive and taking a lot of damage off this boss early on. But having this Barley in their arsenal is going to be so valuable. As you can see now, Kanan reining in the damage and GGM using this Pierce too. And it might be over all here if Tom can tank a little bit longer for Kanan. Good shots coming in and only one more required if he can get up this map now.
Yeah, no dives allowed here for Final Stand. Otherwise, it's going to be match point, and they have a lot of possibilities to make it happen. On all 3 brawlers, there's some solid diving possibilities, especially for those very small amount of percentages. And look at that, 2 shots from Cannon will do. That's going to be Final Stand picking up this game and therefore getting to match point.
1 game left to seal the deal for Final Stand, and Tavarium really heavily on the back foot now need to get this game in the bank to be able to even contest this final set. It could be over here if they don't make something happen, and I will say, with that comp, they're just able to get so much damage just due to the fact they had the Barley. But without that max, it really did seem like the BB was at a huge advantage. Tom did an absolutely phenomenal job being able to even put up with that double stacked lane there, and they did get a lot in the bank for that push, and it really did show as the damage started raining in.
Yeah, it was definitely better from Final Stand, but I do want to point out that, if the defense was a bit more on point from Tivarium, it could still have been a very dangerous position. Sure, they took no damage and they managed to close things out with only 1 siege bot, although, it's the first one was a draw. It still wasn't like the most convincing game. On paper, I would have expected even more convincing from Final Stand so far in this match. Obviously, Tivarium, a team we're not the most familiar with, but I'm impressed. I think they're holding their own ground like very well.
Yeah, they were close to even winning that second push, which really wouldn't have been too advantageous for them as they were going for the final push. And that's the bolt management coming into play. So they obviously do have some competitive knowledge. And, a more experienced team maybe would have been able to get a much better defense than that, but you can't take it away from Tavarium the fact they were able to put up a fight against a team like Final Stand and maybe even take this set if they play this game correctly.
Yeah, I completely agree. Comp-wise, I don't think it was a weak comp from Tivarium. I don't even think they were getting like hard countered or anything like that. It seemed like a fairly even matchup. Obviously they could go for the mirror matchup getting into the next one, try to match the Barley, which was pretty much the difference maker here. less disparity than in the previous game, but in this case, it does go in favor of Final Stand. Match point coming up as well. So if they take this game, they take the win, they close things out, and they move on to the quarterfinals. Elsewise, I mean, Tavarium, we have to remember as well, they do have a game picked up in this set. If they were to win this one, then we're going to set number 3, and then suddenly it's a full reset, and we're even in scores. First Bolt, GGM can't quite pick it up, but Kanan is able to get the trade. 2 players remaining, 1 on each side, and this is looking fairly interesting off the bat.
We'll say at this level of competitive, you kind of got to be expecting Kanan to delay that bolt a bit there, just to be able to secure it. And because he picked it up so fast, Carl was able to pick up that one that did spawn on the right side due to the fact that he did that. GGM got to be kind of picking up this side now, and we might see a repeat of last game as Final Stand do take some early advantage in terms of bolts and players up on the field. But we did see the exact same last game, and it was almost a win for Tavarium if they could have held off a little bit longer. Speed coming from Gala now, and this is where the explosion comes out from them, and you can see that as the takedown does start to come in.
Yeah, there's still 20 seconds until we get our first siege bounce, so Final Stand can get a really big bounce. The thing is, Tavarium, they're getting more and more bolts as well, and that's going to give them a head start for the next round. If this time around they're able to successfully defend off the bot level 12, I don't think it can get any higher anymore. Oh, it will just barely get to the 13th level. It's honestly a much better situation this time around for Final Stand. First of all, they have a really big siege bot, and secondly, they're only 3 bolts behind, so they don't even need to overcommit. They're still in a position where they can absolutely come back for the final one.
Doesn't look like it, to be honest, as the damage starts to come in, yeah. And that is going to be it as Final Stand do take this game. Tavarium going to be knocked out of this competition, and Final Stand moving on to the quarterfinals. And from that, you know, we could be looking at a really exciting first quarterfinal tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. We had 2 teams with fairly dominant performances throughout the round of 16. It's always interesting, you know, when you have 2 teams that had a pretty easy way until there, not because they had easy matches, but just because they were very strong compared to their opponents. And then they have to face each other, and that's where the first real challenge arises, and you have to see how they can adapt to that and surpass it. Honestly, this was a convincing match from Final Stand. I do feel like it could have gone to a 3rd set. I do feel like it was a bit closer than it was on paper. Sorry, that isn't like in the scores. But even then, they played really solid. Tavarium really impressed me today. I had never heard of them before, and I think they showed us a really good performance. With that being said, if you're just tuning in, here are some highlights of this match. Just that was final stand with a pretty convincing victory in match number 2. We still got 6 more to go. My name is Steady, and I'm joined by Travis once again as we get ready for our third match of the evening. So far, we've had some pretty one-sided affairs, but I think things will turn around before the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, this match should be a very, very good one, I'll say it that. AC Milan clash coming up next, I do believe. So, very, very, very strong team, I will say. Looking towards the maps that we are going to be seeing now, it is going to be some assembly required, Split and Kaboom Canyon, some very, very familiar maps in the eyes of some pros, and some very good ones at that.
Yeah, that's for sure. Kicking things off with some Siege action is going to be interesting. Siege, probably the most punishing game mode in the game. You make a mistake at the wrong time and then suddenly it's a disaster for your bolt economy. Things go extremely fast. And moving on to Split and Kaboom Canyon afterwards. I mean, I really like those maps. I'm excited about this matchup. Knackers, not a team that sounds familiar by their name. It is a Dutch ward, so they might be like, Dutch speaking, so from the Netherlands or Belgium or something along those lines. Maybe it's also a ward in another language. But yeah, AC Milan clash, obviously, the super, super strong Spanish-Swiss roster. All-star team, extremely talented players, such high mechanical skill. It's hard not to give them the advantage coming into this match.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, you kind of got to give Clash the advantage no matter who they're facing. But I will say, Knackers, I think that's how we're pronouncing it, is the team that consists of Sems and Lawrence. So still some very, very good Dutch players in there. Yeah, so they might be able to put up a fight here as they have done against some other good teams in the past. Almost saw them qualifying for the monthly final this weekend. So clearly come out of some clearly very, very strong games. We'll be looking towards the bans now, though, as they have just come in. And there should be some smart ones at that.
Yeah, Gina and Byron from Knackers, that feels very targeted. Whereas AC Milan Clash are going to go for Stu and Jesse. So I know I remember from an interview from Clash that they said they didn't care about facing Bell because they think they have the better Bell. So yeah, that's going to be on the menu. A bit interesting. We do tend to see Bell still pretty much banned every single match. Not going to be the case here. Pretty much the go-to bans for AC Milan Clash. They always ban the Jesse, and they very often ban this too. What do you think is the reasoning, particularly for the Jesse? Like, why do they not want to face a Jesse so badly?
I've always said it's because they like the tanks, but at the moment I'm not really too sure about that because, Bell is literally a better version of Jesse at this point with the bounce shots and even more damage coming in too. So it seems really weird that they'd ban Jesse and not Bell, but I'm still going to stick with my guns and say it is because they really do like those tankier kind of comps, and Jesse, with her arsenal of the bounce shots and the slow, can be really, really dangerous against those kind of comps.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very fair reasoning. So I'll completely agree with you for this one. Gene and Byron were the other bands. I think Gene makes so much sense. He's so versatile. He's played in so many different maps and game modes. You'll see him in Siege, in Gem Grab, in Brawl Ball, even in Bounty to a certain amount. So yeah, it's just such a good brawler. Hot Zone even playable. I think the only one is going to be Heist, where you don't really see him ever. But even then, like he's just so good everywhere. It makes a lot of sense to ban him. I think Lena has been playing Gene a lot for Clash at the moment as well. So a nice way to get him off some of the brawlers he's been picking up a lot recently. I feel like the Byron would be a ban maybe a bit more targeted towards Trevor. Because he's been playing a lot of Byron. When it's not Byron, it's usually a tank or something like a Sandy. So it does remove quite a bit of his brawler pool. And I do like that approach, especially when you're the underdog, to just go for bans that make the most sense, that will give you the biggest advantage. Because, even if a brawler is super strong, if you believe that the skill gap is smaller than with some other brawlers, because your opponents are just so good on those specific brawlers, it makes a lot of sense. You want to give every single tool on your belt, every single advantage you can take. You got to do that, and it starts with the bans. And I feel like that's the approach that Knackers decided to take here against AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, I will say I do believe it is some assembly required coming up first. So they're clearly just trying to ruffle the feathers a bit in that sense with the Gene ban as well. Shake up the meta a bit and just try and get them a bit outcomped in the first set. Because I've said it before and I'll say it again, momentum is such a huge thing in Brawl Stars esports. And, you know, that's clearly what they're trying to get in their favor here as they have banned that and tried to shake up the meta. Going to be seeing quite a heavy Carl and BB comp coming out from those. And, you know, it can work, especially against this Barley who does lack that close range DPS.
Yeah, Lawrence is able to get the second bolt. Can he actually bank it? He will bank it just in time as Gia will take him down right after. Scared for Lobby, low HP. 2 bolts on each side means we are going to kick things off with a tie for the first siege. But an important kill from Sems. You're going to open up a bit more control opportunities for Knackers. But look at that, Gia able to bank so many bolts for his team. This is a pretty decent start for Clash so far, but it's still pretty close as Knackers do have decent control over the center area.
Yeah, must say, playing an absolutely amazing call here, getting kill after kill as well as bolt after bolt. Just seems to be the real dominant force in his team at the moment. Lawrence forced to use that flying hook up the map, and they do need to bank some more bolts before this round ends. Even if Clash get it, they haven't got too many in the bank to be able to take this last push. And with this comp that Clash have, it can be so dangerous to be one push. If Knackers don't come out with an absolutely phenomenal defense, which they might not be able to get with this comp.
Yeah, BB is going to struggle a bit in defense. It deals alright damage, but it doesn't really have a lot of utility to work with. And that's why it's going to be chasing for those kills, trying to keep those players away so they can't capitalize too much on that siege. But so far, it's going alright. They do take quite a bit of damage towards the end. Not enough to close it out, I believe. He should be going down. Trevor, he could actually make it happen. Look at that. It's going to be close. Yep, it just barely goes down with the last tick of damage. And AC Milan Clash, they push this siege. That's going to be 1-0 in their favor.
Without BB using those knockbacks on defense, it would have been really deflated, but I think he did an absolutely phenomenal job of keeping Trevor back for the amount of time he did there, almost defending the push, but he was just able to come in at the last few seconds and get his super in. You know, BB being in that aggressive position, if he was able to keep the Max and Barley back at the same time, as he was doing for a small portion of time, he would have been able to just do such a phenomenal defense. And you see, before the Max came in, they were really doing no damage at all, and it was lining up to be a really nice defense.
Yeah, I feel like BB didn't work the best for them in the center area, and then on the defense, it was just pretty much worthless. I mean, he did an excellent job at keeping the guys away, but he wasn't a 1 versus 3. There was no chance that he would actually come on top on this one, especially when you're facing a team like AC Milan Clash. You shouldn't really expect to 1v3 them when everyone is full HP in the fight, you know? I feel like maybe they should, a bit before the siege bot, already have tried to catch someone off guard and maybe team up and go for a pinch somewhere, at least to get some damage off so that it would be a bit of a fairer fight for the BB to try to buy some time. Here it did seem like a very desperate attempt that was just like not going to be working out no matter what. So that is going to be the first game. Going to Clash, I think they played it really solidly. I do believe that once again, we had the same scenario earlier. If the defense was better from Knackers, they could have had some solid chances at taking that game since they would have had the last siege bot. But yeah, we can't really talk on ifs. This is going to be the first bolt already picked up by VGX, and so far a pretty decent lead control-wise for Clash. Actually going to be tying things up bolt-wise, but the next one is spawning on Luna. Is it going to be a tie again?
I think he picks it up just in time. Oh no, it is a tie. As it does come in, and that super coming in from Stems does get some good pressure back for Trevor. Lauren's able to pinch that down and take him out. Linane in some good positioning now, I will say, to pull off an absolutely incredible play. And Gia, yet again, just proving his worth on that call, getting so many valuable hits on Scared for Lobby, and seeing Trevor on this Dynamite against a composition like this one, it can work absolutely in their favor if he's able to get himself onto that Barley in a good position.
Yeah, Clash should be getting the siege bot. We'll see if Knackers are able to find a couple more bolts leaking left and right to build up a lead for the next one. But once again, they are going to have to defend with this comp. Oh my, Trevor with the double kill, almost a triple. But Lawrence is going to stay alive. Trevor on the Dynamite, we didn't talk about it too much, but it is a brawler that has been buffed recently, but only about his movement speed. I don't think he's a strong brawler because of it, but he's more viable than before. Any sort of buff definitely doesn't hurt.
Good takedown there from Lawrence on Trevor, or the damage really would have come in heavier than it did. Gear getting some shots taken off him, and not having Trevor up here is going to allow them to push out quite nicely, as Lawrence does. 6-3 on the board, as Lawrence is going to use that spin and still get hit by the super from Dynamite. Really valuable takedown there from Scared for Lobby. Needed as well, or as those bank bolts would have gone in favor of the opposing team. They are going to pick up this push, but it's whether or not they can get this damage that is going to be the deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, it's not a whole lot of damage that they need either for a double-digit siege bond level 10. Honestly, I feel like 46% is definitely doable. We'll see how strong this defense is from Flash. Maybe we'll get to see a stun on the siege, but I don't think Trevor has any stuns left. Damage-wise, it's close. Is it going to be enough? Oh my god, a 2% difference in favor of AC Milan Clash. No dive from Sams, and that's going to seal the deal for this first set. But honestly, Trav, I feel like it was a bit of a steal on the side of AC Milan Clash.
People can talk about Dynamite as much as they want, but Trevor's defense there was absolutely incredible. He threw out that early super, taking down the Barley, who really is that main damage dealer on the side of Knackers, and they just weren't able to get the damage coming in after that, after he did pick up a nice few shots onto Carl too. But I don't know if that was just me who noticed, but I think that Carl did go for some damage on the players rather than the safe, and maybe that's the 2% that they needed if he had opted to go for that.
Yeah, that could have made the difference. That's typical Siege. You have to take the right decision at the right time. And unlike some other game modes where it's a lot of decisions as well, like Heist, when to push and what to go for. Here, it's like if you take it at you only have a couple of seconds to make your decisions. And you are under pressure, especially in this position where you're playing against, very heavy favorites. And that's where you sometimes take the wrong decision, and 2% is all they needed here to at least get the tie, 3% to take the win, of course. But yeah, it's a bit of a sad game for Knackers, because even though I feel like Clash played better overall in that game, and obviously in the whole set, this was their shot at taking a game away from AQM, and they couldn't quite grab that opportunity.
Honestly, it seems like they've had quite a lot of shots at taking both of these games, to be honest. It feels like they have been kind of robbed in both situations in terms of that. And, Knacker's showing some very, very good gameplay here moving on into this next set. They are going to be going with a very tank-heavy comp, which can work against these kind of things. You know how good of a Rosa Lawrence is. He's been notoriously good at it for quite a good amount of time now. Sem's getting knocked back by that supply drop coming in from Trevor. And I must say, good early lead from Knackers if Scared for Lobby can maintain this left-hand zone.
Yeah, that is gonna be the question indeed. Scared for Lobby doing a good job at stealing and getting some more percentages is gonna go down. Sams is next, but with the launch pad that can get right back into the action very quickly. This is gonna be Clash cleaning up the right-hand side of the map. Knackers committing to the left zone, but against the power-upped brawlers, the buffed up brawlers from Knackers, it's going to be a bit of a challenge because they have a lot of HP and they're dealing quite a lot of damage.
Frank jumping in with 10k HP and being taken down just as fast as he jumps in. Really not where the position you want to be in on the side of Knackers. They're just going to opt to try and get the super off, but a good defensive spin from Guille there as he does get away from that. But the sandbags are being so useful for Trevor, and it looks like they're just going to take this game here and move on to match point as they do secure this left-hand side.
Yeah, it was a solid start from Knackers getting into this game. But if you look at the come from AC Milan Clash, it's understandable that they really picked it up afterwards because they have some really late game brawlers. Compared to other games, there's less of a early, mid, late game because most of the stuff doesn't really change, except for, Ruffs being able to give some power-ups to his teammates to make them stronger, which only comes once he gets his super, which is going to take time. So the further you are into the game, the more power-ups he will have for his teammates, but also Colt, because Colt excels in those long-range fights, and it takes a while before the map gets opened up by his gadget and his super. This just gives multiple elements of late game strength and slower build up for Clash that towards the end you could just see that the further we got into the game, the more complicated it was getting for Knackers to get anything done, because the map was open, they didn't have as much range, and AC and Clash were just hitting a lot harder.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of nice to see the Carl being substituted in for the usual B that we see in that comp. After this buff, it's been so prominent, and especially with that field promotion. I mean, the supply drop that, you know, the Ruffs does bring in, it can advance that damage even further, and being in that position where it can just bounce off the wall as someone jumps in, that is going to absolutely melt them before they can even think about retreating.
Yeah, overall strong comp from AC Milan Clash. Knackers, I feel like their comp was maybe a bit outdated. I don't know if you agree, but it was a comp that would have been super strong a couple of months ago. But now with stuff like Ruffs in play, and the Colt meta has slowly arisen in multiple maps, including Split, to just open up the map and not really care about anything else. I do feel like it was a bit of a weaker comp, and they needed even better of a start to stand a chance against that later game comp from AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, you know, as soon as that silver bullet comes in, it opens up the map and opens up a lot of possibilities for the different plays that Clash want to go for. With, you know, keeping the Ruffs and the Carl on that side was a really good decision to make. Just rely on the Linane to be able to pick up that kill on the Rosa over and over again, secure that right hand side, and then just able to rotate over as soon as he needs to. And I must say, you know, keeping that side closed was very valuable as well. Could have used the silver bullet and destroyed the whole map, but, you know, Guille being able to bounce that pickaxe off the wall as soon as someone jumps in is just going to be even more valuable than that.
Yeah, and if you opened up the map too much, they also wouldn't use the jump pads anymore, which you could say it's in their, you know, they are in their advantage. But also, when you have a Carl and you're going to jump right behind the wall, well, you can just, you know, swing his shots back and forth, get tons of damage because he reloads faster. Yeah, as you said, just get those kills extremely quick, especially when he's buffed up by the Ruffs, and he has that wall to just bounce his shots off. And it's super predictable because the jump pad, you're just going to be landing in the same place over and over again. So it was a really strong counter to that regard, and very well played and executed by AC Milan Clash. Not that we expect any less from them, that's for sure. They are, you know, in the top two for sure of EMEA. And it seems like we are ready for our next game. We have a different strategy this time around. I think Tick is a very curious decision, because sure, Tick is a strong brawler. The thing is, they know that AC Milan Clash is playing the Colt, so it feels a bit risky for me to play brawler where, you know, in a couple of minutes the map is going to be fully open.
Yeah, clearly just going to be hugely reliant on Scared for Lobby Super, and he hasn't picked it up yet, just due to the fact that that nerf has come in so recently, allowing him to have to get 6 shots instead of 5, and Trevor absolutely tapping over the side, which is really uncommon to see with the Ruffs. Sandbag's coming down, which really isn't going to prove too much help for the Ruffs against the Tick, but Linane able to pick up his side regardless. We are seeing a lead for Knackers now, but good solid pushes from Clash, and it looks like they've got vast control over the map in comparison.
Yeah, it is a bit of a lead for Knackers, but AC Milan Clash are just catching up now, taking the lead, and with both zones getting captured, they're finding so much value. Guille able to take down Lawrence, Sam's taking quite a bit of damage himself. Guille gonna be low HP, he's gonna go down. Now we have full control for Knackers, and they're not that far behind. If they keep capturing both zones, they will be tying things up in no time. Here we have it, lead now in favor of Knackers. They need 5% more on the left-hand side. Scared for Lobby is gonna fall. Lawrence is gonna fall next. Can Sams close this one out? Only 2%. He should be able to make it happen. And here you have it. Knackers pick up the game, tie things up, and push things to game number 3 here for Split.
That Sandy Super could not have come in at a better time to assist them getting back onto these zones. And I must say, Guille played absolutely phenomenally yet again on Carl, picking up kill after kill, but eventually 2 people on his lane was just too much for him to handle. And on the other side of things as well, it was really unfortunate for Trevor not to win that side as much as he had done in the previous game. The sandbags just weren't proving as useful against Tick, and maybe that is why they took it.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I still feel like this was a bit of a miracle game for Knackers because I would have favored a comp from Clash. But this time around, Knackers, they also had a very strong early game. They were able to find a lot of percentages early on, and it just gave them the constant advantage that Clash had to catch up. They had to be the one to initiate fights and go a bit more aggressive. And when you're playing something like Tick that can really hold some positions and deal some damage when your opponents are pushing towards you, that worked out very well for them. It still feels like a bit of an outlier because I think that comp wise, Clash had the more meta comp. But overall, well played from Knackers for sure. I don't think they had any advantage really from the comp except for the earlier parts of that game, and yet they really managed to hold on, even though it was only a couple of percentages making the difference towards the end.
Yeah, a absolutely phenomenal two plays, I will say, by Sems. Just able to stay alive for so long and secure that little bit of percentage at the end. But some signs of life coming from Knackers now, not only in their gameplay, but in terms of comps too. They are switching up a lot more than Clash are, and Clash seems to be very confident in that comp, but it just didn't pay off for them in that second game. And now you're going to be thinking, are they going to try and switch something up or not? And that's going to be the exact question in Knackers' head heading into this last game. And it's a really questionable one at that.
Yeah, honestly, I think that when you are the underdog, especially in a best of three, you got to take risks. You're going to have to because it's your best shot at winning. There are going to be counter comp scenarios, and you need to try to force them as much as possible. Even if the odds are not in your favor and you don't know if it's the most likely they'll go for this or that comp, you got to take some sort of a risk to try to give you a bit of an unnatural advantage because of the affinities and the interactions you get between different brawlers. I think that's a bet they should be making. Who knows? Maybe they'll go for something super standard. I wouldn't mind them even just going for the comp that Clash was playing, because maybe Clash will go for a change. Well, Clash is going to play the same, and we have a double healer BB on the side of Knackers. Well, Sam's not going to be healing anyone just yet as he goes down super early into this game.
Something slightly worrying there for Knackers, and they are going to be taking this comp that is quite easily taken down when this map does get broken up, but good control from Lawrence off the start, and the power cube pick up from Lenane. Going to be doing so much damage to Lawrence, and a triple left stack from them, just trying to secure that side whilst Guille guarantees that right side. Going to prove so valuable to them as they're just going to secure that with this tiny little lead that they have, and then rotate over to the right side quite fast after they get it.
Yeah, and that's quite a risk because, you lose the control once, it's over. Right now, 2% difference, but it's gonna change as Clash have control of the left side, able to get a couple of percentages. Sam's gonna go down to Guille, and that's gonna be Clash in a good position to close this match out. I don't really see what Knackers can do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, comeback is starting as they've got back this left side, and Scared for Lobby still maintaining the right side. Trevor pushing quite aggressively now, going to pick up that kill from Scared for Lobby just before the connection comes in from the supply drop. But yeah, some absolutely incredible plays there. A heal comes in from Lawrence though, and the decapo proving so helpful alongside the ball from Scared for Lobby, and this is looking very good for them now, heading on to this last 10%.
Yeah, things completely turned around. A bit of the caster curse earlier, just as I said it, the opposite happened. But what a miracle game there from Knackers. It seemed like everything was falling apart, like Clash would easily take this one. But I think they made some mistakes, honestly. I feel like Clash maybe didn't play at their best in this final game, leaving some opportunities here and there. They really overextended right before going down. And, usually Clash is the kind of team that when they get confident, they're just unstoppable. Thing is here, maybe they went a bit too far, a bit too much in enemy territory, and they just gave 1 or 2 free kills that they did not need to go chase for. And those opportunities, I mean, Knackers, they are definitely not the favorite in this match, but they are the kind of teams that if you give them anything to work with, they will definitely seize the opportunity and try to punish you for your mistakes.
Yeah, it kind of just seemed like they had all the control in the world, but 2 of them rotated over to the right-hand side, although they had the lead on the left. Guy went slightly aggressive on that zone instead of just capping it, and it seemed like he did just get overwhelmed by 2 of the players, and the right-hand side was being held firm by Clash, and that didn't even matter considering they'd already captured the zone. Kind of just seemed like the few misplays in there and a few miscommunications in the long run really did cost them, as Kanakas were able to just come back and take that Ryan zone and secure it all.
Yeah, Clash, I'm not so sure what it was. Maybe underestimating their opponents a little bit. Maybe just, a silly mistake of communication, as you said, or the synergy not exactly working out. Uh, no matter what, Clash, they're going to have to take it as serious as they can for set number 3 because now they're in danger. It's all tied up, and it's only about one set left. Best of 3 on one map. I mean, it can go super, super fast. And this is going to be the perfect chance for Knackers to try to take them out because if they manage to get a nice outcome early on, they can get to match point, and then suddenly everything is starting to get really, really like tangible, right? Honestly, I'm still going to be favoring Clash coming into set number 3, especially since I feel like they can kind of just calm down from whatever happened here in Hot Zone, take a step back and focus, remove any negative thoughts, and just get into this game fully focused, fully prepared, and take it home. But Knackers, this is their shot.
Yeah, I must say, if they're going to do it, it's going to be on Heist, one of the most unpredictable modes in the game, I will say. And, it does benefit aggression, and that is where Clash really do come into play. So, as you said, we are still probably going to be favoring those. But, anything can happen with a nice little outcomp and an aggressive play from Knackers that can really turn it in their favor. And then, you've got Clash on the back foot in terms of thinking about compositions. And seeing them go out this early in the competition would be devastating.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That would be quite an upset. I mean, I think both of us expect Clash to go to the grand finals, perhaps even to win it all. And they're getting Challenger already in the round of 16, which is not the best sign. At least not for them. Knackers can be very happy just taking that second set, sorry. And we are gonna have a Poco Colette for both teams in the center. Scared for Lobby going for the Bell, whereas we have a Crow on to AC Milan Clash. A very different decision. Bell is going to be strong because she can bounce her shots off. So players that are going to be up close next to each other, which is going to be happening when you're playing with a Poco, it's going to be really strong. But the anti-heal can also be good. Lena is going to go for jumping full on to that save. But look at the damage already being dealt by Knackers.
Yeah, not having another jump, he is going to have to return to the fight. And Lawrence is getting so many supers off, and Sem's just trying to keep him healed up. He's managed to get another one. Picks up the kill on Gear, as well as Lobby still being in a good position. Another heal comes in and another super, and it's not looking good for Clash if they keep this position on the side of Knackers, and the heals just keep on coming in.
Yeah, pretty good situation going for Knackers. Can AC Milan Clash try to put an end to it? Sam's gonna take a little bit of damage, but can heal up. Scared for Lobby, low HP. Lena takes him down. Lena gonna be getting some more damage on save for Clash. It's a close affair, only about 20% difference damage-wise, but Knackers still with the lead.
Super coming in from Trevor now, going to be near enough evening things out. Lenane looking extremely low, and with no help from the Poco, he might fall. But it's looking good for the side of the other team now, but the tank's coming from Sems, and this is not done yet. 1% to 1%, and Knackers are going to take it and go to match point against AC Milan Clash against all odds.
Oh my god, what a close ending. 200 HP on that save for Knackers, taking the right decision, going for a bit of a base rush towards the end. They will take it, and now it's match point for Knackers. One game, and they take down the Titans. They take down AC Milan Clash, a team that has made it to every monthly final this year. That's made it to the grand finals of every single monthly final this year. That's pretty much as good as a team can get. Better would be SK that has won most of those grand finals. But that's only one team in the world that's supposed to be better. Knackers, they're not even up close normally. They're a team that doesn't play a whole lot anymore. They did used to play a lot more in the past. They have some interesting rosters as well. So it's quite an upset, to be completely honest. It's not like it's a team that has the best synergy because, they've been scrimming 8 hours a day for the last 2 years. It's a team that had a lot of different like roster changes, that has kind of dropped out of competitive for a while, that came back, and somehow they're at match points here against AC Milan Clash.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal tanks towards the back end of that game there, and just kept them in it. It was just Colette cannot pierce through. All he needed was super, but same comp coming out from the side of Kanakas now, and Clash have decided to equal it out with the exact same comp. Miss super from Trevor, and not from Lawrence as he connects directly to the save. Trevor falls too, and it's looking very, very good yet again off the start for the underdogs.
So far, only the 13% lead coming from that Colette super. Lawrence has another super available. Is gonna go for it now. Gonna get tagged a bit by Trevor, but in those kind of fights, Knackers just has the constant advantage that they can get some nice collateral damage onto that save. They will be losing Lawrence in the center, which means that Trevor is able to push up a bit more, go for a pinch onto Sims, and slowly catch up damage-wise with his first super connecting on that save.
Yeah, Clash even it out now as they got all the pressure in their favor. Only a small amount of percentage in it, and now they do take the lead. Knackers are going to have to get an aggressive push off the back line here, and Sems has got to use this super perfectly. Going to be healing up with Lawrence. I'm not sure how worthwhile that is, considering he is marked by that super, but the pickup might be coming in now if he can connect onto Lenane, but the opposite happens, and Clash are in a very, very good position to take this game now.
Yeah, they're getting some nice damage down. They took the lead a couple of seconds ago already. Now Trevor is just looking for more supers. Getting a hit on an enemy brawler with that super just saves him for a shot. Getting his next super ready, and look at that damage just pouring down. Sems taking what seems to be years to pick up that kill on Trevor, and things are looking good here for AC Milan Clash.
Another super comes in, but on the other side of things, they are picking up the kills that are required. Guille taking some heavy shots in the mid too from the Colette. Sems providing those heals, but that mark is just going to provide so helpful for Guille in the takedown there, and it's really not looking good for Kanakas heading on to the last 20 seconds, as they are pinned in spawn and heavily down on damage. I don't even think it's possible at this point.
Yeah, I don't think so either. They would need a team wipe at the perfect moment, but they're not even going to be alive to see that happening. AC Milan Clash, they pick up this game, they tie things up, and they push us to double match point. Whoever between both teams wins this next game is moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow. The other team is going home, and it's the end of their journey here in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash.
I don't think either of us expected it to go this far, and I don't think any of the viewers did either. Double match point against a team like Knackers for Clash just really isn't how they usually roll. They're usually absolutely walking over teams of this standard. Nothing against Knackers, obviously, but Clash is just up there with the top players and teams in the world. You never see them really struggling against these tier 2 teams, but today, Knackers proving themselves worthy of this matchup, and possibly might even win it here and take Clash out of the competition.
Yeah, what I think is really interesting as well is that typically Clash is like the team that wins through mechanical skill. Like they somehow get some insane 1v1 matchups on each lane and win them so consistently. And in this time around, whereas, in general, Clash, when they lose, it is to some more sophisticated teams that have a bit of a deeper level of strategy, like SK. Here it's not really the case from Knackers. It's not like they're bringing crazy comps or really revolutionizing the strategy of Brawl Stars. It's just that they're winning their fights in a mirror matchup, and that's not typical for Clash.
Yeah, Trevor falling low again. Yeah, another good start from Knackers off this, and Lawrence super directly onto the safe instantly. Not really close to cycling it at all, but Trevor going to be falling low. The heals have to come in now, and they don't. Ye isn't going to be able to provide them in time, and Lawrence is eventually going to fall, but still, the full control in their favor. Clash starting to show some signs of life now as Sems falls low.
Yeah, it was a decent start from Knackers, but Clash, if they can find middle control, they should be able to catch up in no time. Nice super there, gonna get an extra 12% down that save. Now I'm gonna go for the snipe on to Trevor, and now we do have a bit more control of mid for Clash, but even though They don't really get many kills or much positioning out of it. No damage whatsoever dealt on that blue save just yet.
Yeah, he is marked as well, so no matter how many heals he provides, he's still going to be very susceptible to the damage. Trevor getting a super on eventually, falling on the side of Scared for Lobby, and now this is where the damage starts to come in. Exactly the same as last game, Clash take an early loss in terms of control and damage, and then it does start to come back as they take control as mid and just don't seem to drop it for the rest of the game.
I don't think they can afford to drop it. We have a minute on the clock. Look at that, damage-wise, it's still in favor of the Knackers. They do have some opportunities to get some shots down and not picking up the kill, but in the meantime, Knackers still with quite a bit of pressure on the right-hand side.
Lauren's doing an absolutely amazing job. Sem's still staying up regardless of the fact that he is marked now, and Scared for Lobby getting hit by that mine is going to take some heavy fire as well. Connected with that mark, and now the damage comes in from Trevor. Sems has got to make something happen here. Lauren's not a healthy amount of HP, and Clash even out near enough now. One dash in from Trevor's really going to close this out.
Yeah, the dash comes true. Now Clash was a little bit of a lead and now taking down Sem. Some more snipes coming through. Scared for Lobby is low HP. Does get to heal up a little bit, but we need some damage and we need it fast here for the Knackers. I don't think they got this. Nope, no way to get that damage anymore. And that means that AC Milan Clash, despite a tedious match that went way further than anyone of us expected, they do ultimately take that game, take that set, take that match, and secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you got to feel for Knackers here. They put on such a good show for us, taking this to the double match point and even being on match point on their own at one point as well. Such a good showing from those guys, and they deserve all the respect that they have earned from Clash in this match. You know, you've got to be looking towards Clash to get even further on in this competition. Now, beating Knackers, who are a very, very strong team, really puts a good amount of momentum in their favor, heading on into the quarterfinals going in tomorrow.
Yeah, that's for sure. Knackers was a really strong performance, but not quite gonna make it the cut tonight against AC Milan Clash. Guys, let's have a couple of highlights from our previous match. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Steady. This is Trav, and we are joined here together once again for the Titans Birthday Bash organized by Trovo. And obviously, we've already had 3 nice matches behind us, some close ones, some that were almost an upset. I mean, this previous game went down to the final game of the final set. That's as close as it gets. And I'm expecting more heat like that today, but also tomorrow, where we will be live, same place, same time for the quarterfinals and so on. Let's give a quick look at our bracket, see how the teams are doing. Yeah, Trav, why don't you run us through that?
Yeah, going to be looking directly towards FA versus Gojo coming up next, followed by, Escobar, who are my personal favorites in this right-hand side of the bracket, versus Infamous, 7W Gaming versus Vulpasori, FDP versus Navi, 09 Gang versus No Fear, all still to come. And so far, we have seen Extremeers, Final Stand, and AC Milan clash, advancing to the quarterfinals, which are going to be played tomorrow.
Yeah, let's give a quick look at the maps and modes for this next matchup. We're going to see some Super Stadium in Brawl Ball, Double Swoosh in Jam Grab, and then finally Shooting Star in Bounty if it comes down to a third set. Honestly, I like those maps quite a bit. Double Swoosh, I'm so happy it's back in the competitive map pool. It has always been my favorite gem grab map, so always excited to see it come back into competitive.
Yeah, exactly the same on my part, and it's nice to see some Super Stadium to kick it off as well. We've seen one previous game of Brawl Ball, I think. Not seeing too much of it today, going to be the most favoured mode in Brawl Stars, I do believe, at the moment. Double Swoosh, though, absolute favourite map of mine, other than Snake Prairie, which was sadly removed from the competitive pool recently. But yeah, Double Swoosh, it just allows these kind of brawlers like Tara to come out, and this is where, the first game's Tara ban would actually come into play on both Super Stadium and Double Swoosh.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. One of the maps where she shines the most. We have our bans, though. We'll see if we get a Tara ban or not. And we have Bell on both sides. Barley for FA, and Gojo also going to be banning the Stew. I feel like that removes quite a couple of heavy hitters, but also it doesn't really seem like a very targeted ban, just very general stuff to just remove, the best brawlers in the game, just get them out of the picture and come with a bit of a safer and more varied meta into this match.
Yeah, I really like the look of the Barley and Stew bans and Bell as well. Obviously, going to be shutting out a lot of the meta in Super Stadium. You've really got to be looking towards, the likes of Carl and Surge on the lanes now. If not, just the stereotypical Max and Gene comp that we see come out so much when it's all two brawlers in play. But yeah, Carl's going to be so good, especially on Brawl Ball now. That buff Flying Hook, you're going to be absolutely flying across the map with that increased speed of the pickaxe. So I think that's a very strong brawl, and honestly, it could pair very nicely with Gene and Max.
Yeah, I feel like Amber is a really strong brawler on this map as well. Not only is it one of the best duelists in the game, it's really easy to play as well, but also you can get some nice flames on that grass, and if you just remove some of those patches of grass, you can make it so you have information if they go from the middle to the right or the middle to the left side of the map, and just have that advantage of not getting caught off guard, which on this map, there's so many bushes towards that center area that it's really easy to get surprised and suddenly there's 2 people right into your face. So I think Amber is a really solid choice. It also removes a lot of the threat from any sort of tanks, which you could maybe see a bit of Rosa on this map. Unfriendly bushes or her newer gadget still works super well on a map like this, because you're pretty much always going to be in the bush, and if you can't stay in it by risking to get slowed and easily taken out, well, it's quite a threat. So we'll find out soon enough what they decide to play. Tara, as you rightly said earlier, is definitely an option as well. It has that really clutch factor like a Gene does, which you said it as well. Definitely a brawler that can be expected to be played in the mid area on this map.
Yeah, Tara, when getting that super, can be so effective against Carl as well. It's really unusual to still see Sandy in the mix when this Carl is being played. It looks like it might be paying off here as a couple of shots are missed by the Carl in that left-hand side, but some nice domination from Trick over this right-hand side to start with, as he does take the Nita lane, which is really uncommon to see with that matchup.
Yeah, Joe is gonna fall to a nice shot from Sordelka. We get the push moving forward for FA. This should be a goal, but things have slowed down a bit. Yeah, it's gonna go in towards the end. A bit of a messy fight towards the end of that one, but definitely well played by FA. Nice skill from Luai onto Sordelka, and it's gonna be a bit more of a stalemate here as we get into a bit more of a 2 versus 3 for FA, and they'll play it a bit more defensively.
Yeah, that takedown is so required by Sordelka there to pick up that shot. Turret being placed now to try and counter out this bear. Does manage to pick up the kill on the turret as well. The bear proving as such a dominant factor there, but the Sandy Super has yet again been picked up, and that is what really did change the tides in the previous goal. So looking to try and do it again, but the ball just not in an advantageous position for those.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough right now. FA, they know they have only a minute to defend, so they don't even really need to go super aggressive. But the more space they make, the more aggressive they are, the longer it's going to take as well for Gojo to you know, capitalize on a series of kills, especially without a max to get that movement speed. The ball sent forward by Luai. Sordelka taking quite a bit of damage as well. Trick with a kill, and once again an opportunity for FA to create some more space.
Yeah, good shots coming in from Trick there as well. Sordelka going to be taking down Luai too. Triple kill on their half of things, and they have got the lead too, so only 30 seconds to get out of this awful position for Gojo, as well as pushing to a bit more of an advantageous one. The slow comes in from Trick, and he does walk directly up, picking up the double kill, and the ball rolls over from Nash, and they take that first game in a very convincing fashion, I will say that.
Yeah, clean stuff from FA. Honestly, their team names, I had no idea who it was, but once we got in game, I actually knew all of the players. So that's always a nice surprise, especially those free agent teams. They will be renaming every other day. So yeah, I'm excited to see some more of this one. And honestly, it feels like a pretty even match on paper. I would be favoring FA just a little bit, but maybe a bit less one-sided than the other matches we've had so far. And if we look at our previous match, it was super one-sided on paper. In practice, it still came down to the final game of the final set, and it could really have gone either way. So this could be one of those matches for sure. I think that comp-wise, it was pretty decent on both sides. Honestly, I've never really been the biggest fan of Nida. I do see her value, but I do feel like sometimes it kind of slows things down a bit. Let's see, they go for the max. I really like that, actually. The spike is definitely an interesting one.
Yeah, Spike seems like a really weird pick, considering, you know, brawlers such as like Sandy and Carl can come in as well, can be decent against Spike depending on how you play it. But Trick with some good control on the pinch does eventually come in. Knockback as well, and he's got some amazing positioning in behind the super as well. Going to be taking out Joe, and Nash can just shoot this ball directly in. Another convincing start from FA.
Yeah, that was strong for sure. Good shot from afar from Joe. Nice super as well. Picks up the kill on Trick. Now, this is a bit of a different story this time around, but look at that. There's some space on the left-hand side. Luai is low HP. He's going to fall. I don't think that FA can just tank this one in this current situation. So Gojo can get the ball out of the way and defend off for now. But once again, Joe falls to Trick. Super from Trick onto Luai. And this is looking like an opportunity for FA to make something happen.
Yeah, the super from Trick's going to be providing so useful, and the healing wins as well. Nash comes in aggressively, super thrown out from Joe, prevent them picking up the ball in this aggressive position, and not going to be able to force it in just yet, but control still in their favor as Sordelka does come back up, and with these bounce shots, he can really make something happen.
Yeah, shot from Sordelka. Trick picks up the kill, picks up the goal, and that's going to be FA with already the first set. Now, I said I was expecting some potential closer games in this match. So far, I think I'm being proven wrong quite a bit. Convincing stuff for sure from FA. I feel like Gojo do need to switch things around a bit more, getting into set number 2, the long-awaited double swoosh set. Yeah, they didn't give me a whole lot to work with, to be completely honest with you, Trav. I feel like they did. It's not like they had like huge blunders or their comps were like terrible or anything like that, but it still felt like they had a lot of stuff to work on, and I don't know if they'll be able to work on that stuff before the end of this match.
Yeah, I must say, I did kind of like the Nita comp in the first round, but coming out with a spike seems a bit weird in the second, especially against Ems, who can just prove so useful in those aggressive positions. You kind of just got to pick a brawl that's going to prevent them getting there, instead of just picking a brawl like Spike, who's going to be benefiting so much off being closer to his opponents and getting that huge burst damage that he has off.
Yeah, I as I said earlier, I'm not the biggest fan of the Nida. I do see how it can be useful, but it really does rely a lot on the super to create any sort of space, and that does mean that you need everything to be lining up. You need to have an opportunity in front of you. You need to have your bear to seize that opportunity, and then you need to capitalize on it. And having that synced up with your team, I feel like it's always not at the right moment. Like you have your bear, and you use it at the moment where your team can't really capitalize around that, and then at the moments where you need it, you happen to not have your super. So that's at least how I often feel with Nida, and it did feel a bit underwhelming overall. Because if you don't get a lot of hits, if you don't play your fights very well, you are going to be lacking supers, and that's kind of what happened for FA. So sorry for Gojo. Getting into the next set, double swoosh. I'm excited about this one. I think some of the bros we were talking about earlier for this map that seem the most likely to show up are going to be Jean. I think that Amber is really strong here as well. Tara is a good possibility as well, and Carl. But right now, we see some of that, and also a Pam on the side of FA, and Gojo going for, once again, the spike.
Yeah, really unusual not to see Gojo playing less Tara. As he's got, see, this from beyond star power just provides so much value. Gadget, provides so much value in getting the control. Not only that, it can tank these gene pulls that are going to be coming in towards the gem carrier as well as the Tara too. 4 gem lead, make that 5 for FA now. Good positioning on the map too, and the pull is connected, opening up that map, allowing Nash to take full control.
So far, so good for FA. Gojo with no opportunities whatsoever for a retake, and they're all low HP as well, which means they're all pushed back all the way into their spawn. Pool coming through, nice double sock. That is going to result in 1 kill, but honestly, they don't even need the other one, because in a couple of seconds, that's going to be counter for FA already.
Yeah, no gene pull just yet, picked it up just now. And they're not able to turn this one around just yet. And Trick is going to be surviving nicely as the double pull does come in. A bit risky to pull that spike in with no ammo, but he does get the takedown eventually. Anyway, Stark just not in the position to be able to thrive here. And match point for FA now heading on to this next game.
Man, so far it is once again a pretty one-sided affair. I'm saying once again, the previous match was extremely close, but more similar to the tone of the 2 first ones. It's round of 16. There are going to be some matches like this where the skill level is quite the skill gap is quite wide. This seems to be the case here for this one, as FA, they're at match point, only need 1 more game to close this one out. And from what we've seen so far, I have no reason to believe that it's not going to happen. Do you have any suggestions for Gojo regarding, maybe some comp changes? I mean, the spike, I feel like it hasn't worked in Brawl Ball, didn't work any better here in Gem Grab, did it?
In terms of for both teams, having the spike there, lane swap might have been a bit more advantageous. Getting the Amber on the Pam, they have decided to stay with the spike yet again, but they have gone with the Tara this time, which might provide a bit more control over that side. Not really showing so far as Sadelka in a position where he has got a lot of damage on all 3 members of Gojo.
Yeah, the pull coming through onto Nash. It's gonna fall. leaves a bit of an opportunity for FA to get some more control. Trick is gonna go down as the curveball gets the connection. Nash falls to start once more. This is looking much better from Gojo, despite essentially playing the same comp.
Yeah, the spike over this left-hand side really does seem like a really weird pick, but Trick with super in hand can turn it all in a flash, and Sudelka not quite got his yet, and the double pull coming in from the start, going to be so good. And again, the pull comes in, does get the trade out this time though, but yet again, Qatar pull in, that's another gem in hand, one more required, but Trick has this super, and he does connect it, but the complete turnaround, 10 gems now in favor. Sudelka in a bit of an aggressive position there, could have gone down, but an amazing pull turns that entire game on its head and looking like it's going to be going in favor of FA.
Oh man, this is why we see so many Genes at the moment. Victory for FA, and Gene just able to turn around games like it's nothing. They were getting dominated for literally 90% of that game, and yet one button to change everything as that Gene pulls across the map is able to get the gem carriers with all 10 gems delivered to them. They had none. They had 0 gems and just 10 gems delivered just like that. FA, I mean, it may look like they just stole away that win, but honestly, they dominated through the entire rest of the match. They are 100% deserved that result. 4 games played, 4 games won for FA. Honestly, a very flawless match on their end.
Yeah, that's the power of the gene pull, though, to be fair. You've got to realize that is such a dominant force going to be coming in, and it did. Being able to change a game just like that is going to be so prominent in every single game, never mind just Brawl Stars. And it seems like, you know, that kind of turnaround is so prominent in a game where 10 gems to 0 is going to be the deciding factor, and changed instantly. It does come in, and, you know, FA going to be moving on to the quarterfinals against a formidable opponent in Clash. Don't know if they can go any further than that, but regardless, Gojo have been taken down, will be taking the €100 home, and we will be saying goodbye to them.
Yeah, end of their journey, as half of the teams, it's going to be the case for them. Yeah, so far we've had 3 pretty one-sided matches. We've had 1 really heated match. I think that the other side of the bracket is going to reveal quite a couple of surprises as well. Some bigger names like Final Sen and Navi. We have yet to see them play today. Once again, just as a reminder, today we'll go through every single round of 16 match, and then tomorrow we will be moving on to the quarters, semis, and grand finals of the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. So make sure you guys stick around. We got quite a couple of surprises for you guys, and to kick things off with a bit of a surprise, you may have seen it earlier perhaps already, but we are going to have a solo showdown matchup right now between you guys playing at home and myself and Trav. So your chance to play for a €50 reward. All you need to do is join this lobby and seize your chance. Take me and Trav down, and yeah, just go home with a bit of money. Feel like a pro, because you are technically participating in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash.
This is your opportunity to take us on and take some sweet cash home. The game lobby is 100% full already, so she's clearly showing the dedication that you guys have to get this money. We'll be going on to the games extremely shortly.
Yeah, we got to focus on our picks as well, because obviously we want to win too. All right, give us a couple of seconds to make our decision. Are you a showdown expert, Trav? Because I surely am not.
I've got about 1,000 wins to my name, so I couldn't say I am. Difficult picks here, I'm going to be honest with you, but I'm going to lock my...
we'll have to...
I'm going to lock myself in a second.
All right. I'm excited about this one.
Yeah, honestly, haven't played Showdown in a long amount of time, so I'm not liking my chances as it is, but, you know, have absolutely no clue what to play, and it's not really showing considering me and Teddy are near enough the only ones who are readied up. But hopefully we will get some more people readied up soon, and, you know, maybe this cash will go in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone is gonna have to look at the picks and stuff. You know, make sure that they go for something that works out well for the map. It's hard because the meta is so different for Showdown that honestly, like, I'm not really aware of what. Like, I have a good idea because I think it's the same for you, Trev. You know what I mean? Like, we understand the game and how it works, but we're not like solo Showdown experts, and all we watch and all we play is 3v3.
Yeah.
So definitely going to be a different story. We just hopped into our game, by the way.
I'm in my my gameplay position now as well. Gonna be making some big moves.
Oh my.
It's someone to commentate and play at the same time, so we're just sitting there in silence, like.
Well, there's also moments where the action is going to be on other people too. Man, no one has gone down yet. I kind of regret my brawler pick right now, although it is, I guess, kind of smart. I might still have a bit of a tough time.
I'm not liking the look of this 5 power-up Carl that's trying to attack me. I've got some huge delay as well.
All right. Trying to pinch off the crow.
Ouch.
Look at that. I get the first kill.
Playing the stew.
Love to see it. I mean, honestly, I kind of didn't know what to go for, but, it does pretty all right against Carl, I guess.
Come on, someone pinch you with somewhere.
And let's go, another kill.
Teddy's gonna be some beefy boy at the end of this with his cubes. I must say, I'm really not looking too optimistic about this Carl in mid, to be honest.
And another kill. All right. So far, a bit of a pump off for the Teddy.
I'm still sitting on 1 cube.
What's up, Trav?
Back off. Come on, young, pinch him with me. I don't like this position at all. Take Young down with me, come on. Oh no, there's absolutely no chance I can win that game.
Oh my god.
Come on, Teddy, you've got it in the
trouble.
bag.
I'm in trouble.
Easy win. Free matchup.
Oh my, that was close.
Big first game from Teddy.
Whew. Not gonna lie, I had to sweat a little bit.
Already taking the first loss, I had absolutely no cubes towards the end of that game.
All right, we got one more game. Are we switching lobbies? 100 euros now on the line. Oh my. I'm
New
raising
lobby.
the stakes
Okay.
for you guys. I'm raising the stakes. Every time a caster wins, we double the money for the next time. So, guys,
apparently we're taking a new lobby as well. So I will be coaching. Be up relatively soon.
Let me join first. Otherwise, I will never be able to join. The kids are going to be so much faster than me. So
I guess you can just request on me. I think we're friends again.
Oh, that's true. That's true. How many trophies do you have?
About 35,000, I think.
Oh, excuse me.
What just happened? There we go. Sorry, I was sending the code through. That's why. Right, well, Teddy.
All right.
Teddy off to a great start. I'm gonna have to rethink my brawler pick, to be honest.
I mean, I think it was all right. I kind of hesitated to go for the same brawler. But I didn't in the end. I don't know what to play, man. I'm so bad at Showdown.
I'm not liking my chances, so I'm just going to take my favorite brawler.
I'll do the same. You know what?
Lobby is full up again.
This is going to be intense, man. I'm going for something that is quite interesting. Yeah, you see the code in front of you guys? 100 euros on the line. Thank me for doubling your potential money. Travis kind of let us down in that one. But yeah, maybe he fixed his brawler decision and went for something that's gonna work better. I trust in Trav.
I was giving other people a chance, you know. I can't be winning
That's
every game,
true. That's
so
true. I
you
was
know.
sweating like crazy, man. I played my life. I got like 6 kills in that game.
Deserving the win then.
All right, we're ready to hop in, guys.
Going for a huge counter pick here. Oh, this is kind of questionable. No, Carl is not it. You're playing Piper. I don't think that's going to be the best pick.
Trav, what are you doing?
Here we go. Oh, you're using that.
That was mean. That was very mean. All right. I was just trying to have some fun, you know. Give the kids a chance.
Shouldn't have taken you down, should I? But you know, someone's going to be winning €100 this match now, so hopefully it'll be me.
Might as well be you. Well, I'm not cheering for you anymore.
I wouldn't be either if I were you. My concentration face is on. I'm bush camping.
Well, I guess I can cast it now. Not that I am a solo showdown casting expert, but Young in a bit of trouble here against level 5 scared for lobby on that Carl. He's gonna have some nice opportunities there to just get a bit of damage. The Shadow is not exactly too much of a problem for him to deal with. Got some dynamites in the mix as well. Bit of a fight on the right-hand side. Nice kill for the Giraffe. Going to be doubling up his power cubes.
Huge BM.
But I still think he's going to lose because he's pretty bad at this game.
I don't like my chances either, to be honest. There's some beefy people here.
Well, to be honest, not really. Like, it could be worse. The most someone has is 1 above you, so...
People are scared of me, clearly. Well, they're running. Oh, this could be the play of dreams! I'm liking my chances now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for you. You're pretty powered up. I think you got this.
I'm gonna need my super. Yes! Come on!
Let's go.
Big win. Big win. I've won with my troll.
Alright,
I feel like kind of a...
Thank me for giving you a free power cube early on. All right, yeah. This means that, guys, tomorrow we'll have 150 on the line for the next one, as we don't want to be stealing all you guys' prize pool. At least you get it raised by us winning. So good try, guys. Better luck next time. I mean, you guys are facing the best showdown players in the world. We're thinking about starting a solo showdown team together. I'm not sure how that's going to work out since it's solo showdown, but yeah, it's in the works, guys. With that being said, we are gonna leave you guys for a couple of minutes as we head towards a short break before we hop into the second part of the bracket. 4 more matches to go today, and they're not going to be any less exciting than the ones we've had so far. Welcome back, everyone, for the second half of the bracket. My name is Teddy. I am joined by Trav. We are your solo showdown champions as well after an incredible performance. Best performance so far today in the solo showdown viewer games. I mean, we're just too good, aren't we, Trav?
Yeah, exactly. What else can you expect from the pro player himself, Teddy? Am I right? Like, you know, you can't expect any less from this man. And, yeah, really exciting games, to be honest. Enjoyed them thoroughly. But back into what matters, and the bracket is going to be shown on your screens right now.
Yeah, we had Extra Mirrors taking down Geoblog earlier 2-0. Final stand was a bit of a closer game against Tivarium. Also Milan Clash able to take down Knackers. That went down to the last game of the last set. What a close match that was, and what a story. But it ended up with FA getting a pretty comfortable win against Gojo. This does lead us to the second part of the bracket on the right-hand side, Escobar versus Infamous, 7W Gaming versus Vulpisori, FDP versus Navi, and then finally 09 Gang against No Fear. So we got quite a couple more matches, quite a couple more teams to go through. But first of all, the payouts, guys. What is on the line? What can those teams win? Well, nothing short of 5,000 euros. Quite an amount. You can see how it's spread between players. Everyone is getting at least 100 euros just from participating. And then the first place prize, 1,600 euros. That is quite a lot of money.
Definitely so. Going to be looking at the maps and modes now as well. Between this next game, between Escobar and let's just find it, Infamous. I will say, really looking forward to seeing Escobar play. You've got a couple of my previous teammates from when I have been playing competitive on it. Maps are going to be Hard Rock Mine, Triple Dribble, and Hot Potato coming up next. Honestly, some very, very strong maps and some of the most competitive maps in the game, I will say.
Yeah, maps that have been in the competitive scene for what seems to be forever. Hot Potato, just barely, just coming back. No, actually, no, it's not Hot Potato. My bad. But with that being said, it is OG maps that everyone is going to know super well, just as if it was their own house. So that is something to take into account. So because experience is going to be key on those. The teams that have been playing competitive for longer will have an advantage, which is also why I feel like Escobar might have a bit of an advantage. I don't specifically know Infamous. I'm not entirely sure, but we have our band ready anyways. So let's give them a quick look. It's going to be Stu and Bell for Escobar. Infamous going to be matching the Bell, but also bringing in the Max. I like those bands a lot. I feel like they cover a lot of ground, and sure, there is a double ban, which does reduce the effectiveness of the ban, but Max and Stu as well, really strong brawlers. I really like the Max ban specifically, especially if you feel like you're a bit of an underdog. Max just makes everything so much more punishing. You make a mistake in Brawl Ball, suddenly you go from being on the offense to taking a goal because Max is able to create enough space to go score on your side of the map. What are your thoughts on those, Trav?
You know, I do really, really like the Max ban. It shuts out a heck of a lot of comps, I must say.
Yeah.
Just closing out, the Gene comps. Without that speed, the Gene pull isn't as effective. We had seen it come into play quite a lot in the last game, even without the Max, though. And, alongside, like, the Sandy and stuff, nerfed heavily anyway. Without the Max, it's even worse. So, it's going to be opening up a lot of different comps, and especially with the Stu and Bell bans, too. Probably the top two brawlers in the game at the moment. It's going to be opening up the meta a lot more. To see something along the lines of probably a Carl-dominated meta.
Yeah, Carl has been so strong, and we've seen so far that every time Stu was banned, you would just see that much extra Carl because, he gets countered quite a bit by Stu. I feel like overall, Carl is just so strong. It's just that Stu just shuts him down so consistently. We have the Carl on both sides, the Gene on Sugar. Kisco going to be going for the 8-bit to match that middle, and then we have a Crow and a Rico on Young. So interesting. We have a pretty varied matchup with only the Carl in common.
It's quite unusual to see 8-bit still in play after his speed nerf with that turret, and I'm really liking Young's positioning on this map now with that super coming in. Not going to be connecting, but regardless of that fact, look at Sugar picking up 6 gems instantly off the start. Carl matchup's just being extremely stalemated. You're going to have to correct me, but I'm not sure if it's No Lifer or Nullifier on the opposing Carl. Not sure how you pronounce that, but look here. Sugar, 7 gems off the start in a very good starting fashion from them.
Yeah, I think it's No Lifer, but I'm not entirely sure. That seems like the most likely to me. Anyways, we do have 9 gems already on Escobar. Sugar going to be picking up gem number 10. That's going to be the countdown. The pull onto Kisco as well is going to result in an easy kill. Danny has nowhere to go, and this should pretty much be game number 1 going to Escobar, even Infamous, they just know it already. Two of them not even gonna try to move back up, and that is Escobar taking the lead early on in what could have potentially been the most one-sided game we've had so far tonight.
Yeah, I do really, really like that comp, the Rico especially. It just seems to be coming so clutch in the long run, just getting such good positioning against the Crow. I feel like Crow just doesn't have the angles on this map to really be able to connect those shots and get the slowing toxin off, which is really why he's so valuable in this meta. And that's literally all that makes him viable, to be fair, alongside obviously his healing, stopping healing capabilities. But Sugar's just playing that mid absolutely amazingly, staying out of harm's way while still picking up the gems. Seems like this is extremely in Escobar's favor.
Yeah, so far they haven't been in a single situation where they were anywhere near danger, which is gonna be looking a bit more dangerous for Infamous because, yeah, they need to challenge Escobar more. They need to give them a bit more of a challenge, let alone try to take some games and sets here and there. They need to at least show them that they're present and that they can be a threat and that Escobar can't do whatever and it's going to work because Escobar, they were chasing them in their spawns. That's pretty much what the situation was like, right? That's not something that can happen. Otherwise, it's going to be over in 4 games. And Infamous, I can tell you, they don't want that. So I feel like comp-wise, they were behind just because 8-bit isn't as good as it used to be. It probably would have won the matchup against the Gene a couple of weeks ago, but now it's no longer the case. And with Gene being so strong in the mid, yep, we are going to see the match. And honestly, I do like Infamous just going for the mirror matchup. Sure, they might be a bit worse at it because it's not their classic comp on this map, but at least there's no comp disadvantage.
Yeah, as I said a bit earlier, these less well-known teams who aren't as familiar with the competitive meta at the moment are going to be just trying to do this, where you play that first game, possibly take a loss or get lucky and take the win, and then just mirror your opponent's comp as they know it's good. Sugar getting absolutely lasered here by that Rico, but Young does the exact same to the opposing Gene and the opposing Rico, taking that down. Carol with some absolutely phenomenal position now. Nullify getting pulled in. And this is just looking very, very good yet again. We've seen a very comparable lead to last game. Sugar with 6 gems on his head.
Yeah, so far a pretty solid start from Escobar. Maybe not as one-sided as the previous game, as Danny does pick up the kill on Young here. A bit more mid control now for Infamous, but Sugar does have a spool. Carol has a super as well, and those could be game-changing. We'll see how they get used. It's going to be a miss from Sugar. Danny, though, quite low HP. The dash in, Carol going to get knocked back. The kill comes through anyways, but I don't think Young can get those gems because Danny is already back towards the center area. 8 gems though on Sugar Snort. He only needs about 1 more actually, as Young has a gem himself. This is still looking really good for Escobar.
Yeah, that's one time where you do want to be hit, that 1 extra hit, so that Robo Retreat can activate and you can get out of there rapidly by picking up those gems. But Carol does it for them anyway, spinning in and spinning out these gems. Sugar in a bit of a tough situation now. Carol does get pulled, but not looking good for them regardless as Sugar gets the pick up onto the Rico and picks up those 11 gems in hand. Young can stay in an aggressive position, and this is very, very good, regardless of that pull being missed.
Yeah, that was not even close, Sugar. You can auto-aim those spools in that range, and it is going to be a win nevertheless, as Escobar pick up this first set. So far, very convincing affair. Yeah, honestly, it was a bit more of a challenge as I was hoping for. The mirror matchup helps for that because earlier they were at a comp disadvantage. So just from the get-go, as soon as they pressed it start, they were already behind in a certain way. It was better. It was much better. But still, it's not really like there was ever like danger for Escobar. It was a bit closer. There were like 4 gems on Infamous. They had control for a couple of seconds. They picked up a couple of kills, 1 lane a couple of times. But it wasn't really like at some point the gem carrier was in danger for Escobar, or like they had really strong positioning that Infamous would struggle to take back or need to take a risk to engage. None of that. It was really just a couple of fights won here and there for Infamous, but not enough to really be impactful. And especially those fights that they won were kind of like just, random kills on the lanes, or kills on brawlers that were already falling back. Nothing really super massive, nothing that gave a ton of value to give an advantage to Infamous.
Yeah, in my eyes, the only real chance Infamous had there was hitting that gene pull onto Sugar, but Carol had come in with the tank. Really, really nice heads-up play from him, just to be able to prevent the 8 gems on Sugar's head from going towards the opposing team. So that's a really, really nice heads-up play from him. 1 gem is a lot better to give up than 8, and that really did show as they did come home with the win in the long run.
Yeah, that's some really good awareness as well, because he knew that he had, a gem on to his name, that if he would die, it would stop the countdown. And I feel like in those moments, most players, especially at a lower level, but even at a pretty high level, they would think like, I don't want to get pulled. I'm going to make sure I dodge that pull. And then afterwards, you notice that your gem carrier carrying 8 is going to get pulled, and then you're in a ton of trouble. So yeah, good awareness. That's the most important here. As it is, a sacrifice he had to do. Otherwise, it was his teammate, and it was better to just lose that 1 gem, as you said. So tough decisions that you need to take really, really quickly. But yeah, being aware just gives you a bit of an extra edge, and it does mean that maybe Infamous didn't really expect him to be pulling off such a type of play. Because otherwise they would probably have used the pull in maybe a more impactful way later on. Nevertheless, we see some progress from Infamous. Do you think that from what they've shown to us, they might take a game in the second set?
I mean, it's a possibility, but look at this play from the Penny here. They're just trying to prove our previous predictions wrong in saying Penny just isn't used on ladder, never mind competitive. Carol going to be bringing it out now. And I will say this map is, no pun intended here, infamously hated by the pro community, just very heavily reliant on spawns. Sugar in a good position though, but bear with me, Star Power providing no life with some really nice heals there.
Yeah, to be completely honest, I feel like Penny is more just for fun than for, its unbelievable strength. Good dodge from Sugar on to that tick head. No lifer is going to fall to Young, but the bear is placed, and it's going to take a couple of seconds for Escobar to take it out. Sugar going to go for the ball and trying to open up some space towards the right-hand side now.
Yeah, I mean, really, really weird comp from Escobar here. And I will say, I do like Danny playing that B onto... I say that and then he gets absolutely wiped out, and so does the rest of the team by the looks of things. But, really strong comp here from Big as well. Just being able to use those vast amount of HP, and a good splash there from Carol as the shot does come through the tick directly onto, the tick head directly onto him. And Sugar going to be able to walk this now as the pass does come in. Passing stance going to be providing so much value of that shield, and the goal is made.
Yeah, good teamwork from Escobar. Young, low HP. Bear gonna push him into the tick shot, so he will be falling. 45 seconds left. Still some chances for Infamous to come back into this game, but they need to do it soon. Otherwise, we could be looking at a match point situation already in favor of Escobar.
Young popping that gadget, getting so much value as the bear is used yet again in a position where he's not going to get any value out of it. It's going to go for the turret. It doesn't even care about the defense, and another walk is possibility, but the Lacerat is going to be popped just in time by Kisco, I believe it is. Bear going to be putting some good pressure on Young now, but I don't know if it's enough to be able to win this game as Young does start chaining. Splash coming through from Carol too, shots on. Charge shot going to be missed by Danny, and yet again some more splash coming in. Star Power activated, and that is going to be match point for Escobar. Possibly going to be winning this game whilst playing Penny too. Is a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, as I said earlier, for you guys watching at home and like learning competitive or whatever not, I don't think Penny was a very serious pick here. I think Carol just wanted to have a bit of fun. And it could be aimed directly at us, Trav. Keep that in mind. They most likely were watching the stream earlier and thinking, those guys, let's just make them look like fools. And yeah, that's what he did. But yeah, Penny worked out. I do feel like it was more because, they are overwhelmingly better than Infamous than because they had a huge advantage from having a Penny on their team.
With Penny here, he does get a lot of value out of the splash damage just because of the bear, the tick head,
Yeah.
Inexperienced players tend to line up as well, which provides even more value to the penny. But, you've always got to look at that as a bit of a troll pick instead of a serious one. So, maybe going to be pulling something similar to that out to, carry the myth of the caster's curse up. But you never know. Possibly a Tara.
Yeah, very much possible. I mean, to be fair, I do get your point, but I also don't think they were necessarily expecting a tick on this map, as I don't feel like it's the best brawler. And even Nita, which is all right, I don't feel like she's like overwhelmingly dominant either. So I'm gonna stick with it. It's either for fun or the penny pick, right? It's either for fun or it's to mock us. Talking about the penny ban in match one. Anywho, yeah, match points so far. I don't think I've seen enough from Infamous to say that I'm confident in him having some chance at pulling a comeback. They would need a full-on reverse sweep. Haven't won a single game yet, and they need to win the two next ones for sure, and then the last set as well. That seems like a bit much to ask from me, and from what we've seen so far, I don't think they are in the possibility of making that happen. It's Brawl Stars. Everything is always possible, but this seems rather on the impossible side of things.
Yeah, I mean, definitely so. You got to think that Infamous being this far down, the heads are going to be in the floor, the chin's down, no good vibes in the voice chat either. And Escobar going to be on top of the world after taking these 3 games, and especially that one as well, with what seemed to be a bit more of an unserious comp. Going to be down in the dust for Infamous now if they don't pick up this match. And Escobar will be moving on if they can do it.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. As we are just going to be kicking things off right now. Kisco pushing up. Carol is able to take him down. And man, don't tell me that Piper is because it's a broken brawler. It's just because he wants to have some fun. Oh, that was close from Young. Almost scored that one in, actually. And honestly, against a Poco Mortis Carl, which is quite a decent comp, Escobar might actually struggle in this one if they're not careful.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Sugar on a bit of a breakaway play now, though, looking to get that ball a bit further cleared. He might even pick up the kill on No Life here. He does get the super. Can he get in? Oh, the gadget comes in just in time. I think he might have been able to get that off there, but a really good retreating play from Kisco.
Yeah. Infamous pushing up with Kisco. He's gonna get the bats off onto Carol, not finding the most value out of that just yet. Young does manage to pick up the ball. He's gonna try to keep it away. And he picks up a kill as well, and no one takes him down. Kisco falls. This is a bit of a disaster for Infamous. That should have been a goal 100%. Everything was lined up for them to score, but they had a bit of a misplay with a pass going kind of nowhere, and that's going to cost them the game. Sugar, I think he was attempting something. It doesn't quite work out, but Young should be able to score it. Yup, the trick shot goes in. That was a nasty trick shot from Escobar to secure that game, or at least that goal.
I mean, I don't know what to say. They can't be telling us this is a serious comp too. Carol going to be looking for an aggressive jump play, passing the ball to Sugar possibly as well. Super coming through, going to be connecting a little bit, but the kills do start to come in. Can Young pull off a miraculous defense yet again? Throwing the super onto the ball there, wasting that gadget too. I don't know if they've got the damage to get Kisco down before the goal comes in. They don't, and he does manage it. But in overtime, it's really not looking good for them.
Yeah, overtime is going to be a bit of a tough story. I mean, to be completely honest, Mortis and Poco are not like overtime kings either. But Dynamite certainly on the lower end of things. A push coming through here for Infamous, but they can't really capitalize on it just yet. And now overtime is about to hop in, and we're in a 3-on-1 scenario. This is one of the better options. But Sugar, he's gonna fall. I think he expected to have a super at this point, so he could go for a charge shot. Young on the ball, shoots it the other way around, but I think this game might be going the way of Infamous. The pass to Kisco, the shot comes through, and Infamous pick up their first game. Now, once again, we said we didn't really believe in a comeback. I think Escobar, I think they're stream sniping us. I think they're just stream sniping the cast here. They're just listening to what we say, and then they're like, well, let's just prove them different once more. I mean, yeah, to be completely honest, like, I don't want to take any credit away from Infamous, but I don't think that was a game that was the most reflective of the skill of both teams, just because Escobar are deciding to bring in some questionable comps.
Yeah, I will say, I'd imagine Carroll's going to be the conductor of these comps because I'm currently playing with him in a different tournament, and he does like to go these troll picks, as I'm sure a lot of tournament organizers have seen in the past. So, I expect him to kind of cut it out now, as this is usually the time where he does play a bit serious when there's a risk of dropping a set involved. But yeah, I mean, Infamous can still pull something miraculous out the bag if they do get a really nice counter comp. But yet again, they did have a really good matchup there, and it did go the long haul and almost lost that game as well.
Yeah, it got a bit risky, and honestly, I mean, I'm happy for Infamous that they pick up those kind of games, because, like, I don't want to say it's like humiliating to lose against those sort of comps, because Escobar is a good team, and the brawlers are really important. But if the players behind them are good on off meta brawlers, you can still make some stuff happen. So they shouldn't take it that way. But at least it shows that, if Escobar isn't playing their best brawlers, or at least like decent brawlers, they do stand a chance, which I guess is a positive sign. What's a bit less positive is that, yeah, probably Escobar are going to be playing it serious right now. This is the chance, though, for Infamous to try to punish them for being maybe a bit overconfident. We'll see if they can make something happen. We're back on the tick for Infamous. Also, the Nita coming in play. And look at Young. He might actually be able to score that one. Not quite yet, but it is a 2-on-1 scenario. And Kisco, well, he's just going to get one shot from full HP to 0 as Carroll gets the goal.
Yeah, using that last hurrah a little bit too early there cannot tank that charge shot from Carroll. Slow coming off now too. No Life are going to be moving over to that right-hand side with his flying hook, and Sugar just really not able to do too much on this side now, but the Silver Bullet does come in and connect with the Nita, and this is going to be taken down, and this might be it right here if they can get some good damage on this tick.
Carroll looking for some snipes from afar. The pull from Young doesn't quite connect. Danny getting melted down by Sugar. The follow-up kill from Carroll once again. This is gonna be the goal, unless they decide not to, which seems to be the case.
Yeah, it just seems like complete trolling now from Escobar. Should be taking this game kind of seriously, to be honest, because, this comp has a huge comeback capability with this flying hook. Honestly, you expect them to be finishing off the game in quite a strong fashion there, but just decided not to. Young with a really nice pull into Danny there, does get the takedown, and now Kisco kind of left all alone in front of this goal. Sugar got the super to hand, got some good shots on Kisco, and I don't know what he's doing with the super, but it seems like he's going to be saving it for a trick shot in the long run. Young with his pull too, going to be trying to connect it yet again onto Danny. Nothing happening just yet, he just missed it.
It's the second pull he misses in a row, which, for dominating so much, is a bit sad. The kill comes through. It's a trade, actually. Sugar going for a trick shot that, even if no one was there, would not have gone into the goal.
Yeah, still all the control in their favor, though, with 30 seconds left. It's not looking likely for Infamous at all. With the range of this comp, it's just so hard to push out as well, but Danny showing some signs of it now. Connected with the charge shot, though, going to completely deflate the push. 20 seconds and a dream. Doesn't look like this dream's going to come true, though, as Escobar are looking in a very, very strong position to take the game.
Yeah, 10 seconds left, and, I mean, they can choke 20 goals in a row. Well, actually, attempt number 21 is going to go right through the net. And Escobar take down Infamous. I don't want to comment any longer on this matchup. I am too offended by some of those brawler picks from Escobar. Keep in mind, they're on purpose. Don't replicate this at home, guys. Those guys are professional players. They know what they are doing. Most likely, if you try out those comps, especially in competitive, it's not quite gonna work out. So I want to warn you guys before we start seeing that stuff all over the place. Just be aware that those guys know what they're doing and that they can afford to do this kind of stuff without losing the match. With that being said, guys, we are gonna have a couple of highlights of this match while we have a quick break. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Steady. I am joined with Trav. We have had already 5 matches today. We got 3 more to go for this round of 16. Tomorrow we will have the quarterfinals and further. Quick look at our bracket. You have the updates on screen, right? We're gonna look mostly at what's coming up next. 7W Gaming versus Volpisori. Trying to make the names more complicated for us casters. But later on, we'll also have FDP versus Navi and 09 Gang versus No Fear. So look forward to those matches. We already have our 2 first quarterfinals announced as well. Extremiers versus Final Stand and AQM versus FA. Let's give a look at our maps and modes for this match right here. Ring of Fire in Hot Zone, Factory Rush in Siege, and Dry Season in Bounty. Do you feel like there's any brawler bans that make a lot of sense here, Trav, for those maps specifically?
Well, honestly, you got to be looking towards Lou. It's going to be so strong in both Factory Rush and Ring of Fire, obviously. I think Stew's a really good ban to have on Ring of Fire and, obviously, Factory Rush too. Stew's good everywhere. Let's not take that out of the picture. You know, technically, like, stuff like Max or Carl could also be a really good ban, to be fair. So, yeah, I mean, they're my 4 solid picks for bans, but I'm not really too sure.
Yeah, we're probably going to see some Bell anyways, aren't we?
Yeah, you'd imagine so.
Yeah, Belle is just really strong overall, and actually, I think Ring of Fire is a map where she works very well too, just because of the open nature of the map. We do have our actual bans for this match. It's gonna be Belle, Stu, Belle, and Ember. So interesting. I feel like Ember is a bit more of the question mark for me. Like Belle and Stu make a lot of sense, right? But Ember, like she's still a decent brawler, but I don't feel like she's like the heaviest hitter anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Amber, the reason probably behind that is just it's so strong in that first map of Ring of Fire. You know, you got to be looking towards breaking up that front grass as well as the side grass and just getting complete control over that. And, you know, with the range brawler, you can really get the advantage over having the grass broken and vision of the entire map.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Well, we should be hopping in shortly here from match number 5. We'll have 2 more after that. Match number 6, sorry, 2 more after that. I noticed in the middle of my sentence that my counting was not exactly on point, but we're not here to count. We're here to check out 7W Gaming versus Volpisori, and so far, so much damage dealt early on by 7W. They have full-on control. Player Fatal is going to fall as well, and this is an excellent start from 7W.
Yeah, you know, I must say I do recognize a couple of these players. Teams change their names way too often nowadays, and they're confusing me. But yeah, I do recognize George H and Crag, so that's clearly some kind of benefit in their factor. The fact that, you know, the casters do know them, it means that they probably are going to be fairly strong. Fertilize coming on the left-hand side as he does pick up that kill on Foxy. George H was just total domination of the mid against Jesse. His range really coming into play, and the pinch from Crag is always going to be vital.
So far, I feel like in a span of 30 seconds to a minute, we've had like 10 team wipes already in favor of 7W, and none of them have gone down just yet. They're not really looking to end that streak, are they? Already at 70% in what so far has been a pretty flawless game. Volpisori do have a bit more control right now, but once again, they're not able to close out a single kill out of that fight, and they take back control. 7W, I think they're pretty much running away with the W here, despite some interesting picks. I mean, you know, they have a spike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that Spike did just pick up a really nice double kill, I will say. Not yet going to be confirming this, but 96% to 26 is really looking bleak for Volpisori, as they do start to push up again. I still think a flying hook is left from Crag, but if not, then the spin in is going to be just about enough. Anyway, some really nice plays from Volpisori to maintain this mid as long as they have done now, though. Falling of the M's is really going to affect that, though, and the flying hook does eventually come in, as well as the rest of 7W. Going to be pushing in now, and the Spike will be finishing it to get the W for 7W.
Well, that makes a whole lot of sense. Things are lining up. If you have W in your name, you just start off with a bit of an advantage, don't you? Yeah, it was a pretty one-sided affair, pretty convincing stuff from 7W. Volpisori are going to need to step up in this next game. Otherwise, this set and match could go very quickly. I feel like comp-wise, the M's kind of struggled. I mean, she definitely struggled. I think range-wise was just not really able to get in the sweet spot where she actually deals damage. Because from too far, well, she's not going to deal any, and up close, it's not much either. So I feel like the M's was a bit of a weak link. Besides that, it was mostly just the fact that they were losing every single fight. Sandy, it's kind of the same. Like Sandy can be super dominant, but here on this map specifically as well, it's not the easiest to play either because like when do you get people in your range, especially on your side of the map? Like there's just so much space for your opponents to play around with and just keep their distances. So I don't know, not the most convinced. And oh my god, we have a Piper and a Dynamite coming in here from 7W Gaming. That is going to be interesting.
Yeah, honestly, I will say no complaints about the Piper from my end. It does seem kind of strong just because of the pure range that it has. And it seems to be working as a couple of kills are picked up. George H going to be connected by the Jessie, though. Could be providing a lot of bounce shots and Crag falling extremely low. But really solid lead now as they do get a bit of control. Volpisori going to get the mid back, and that is some good percentage secured.
Yeah, definitely a better start from Volpi, but they are going to need to keep it up, and with a nice double kill in favor of 7W. Doesn't seem like it's the case just yet. I mean, Shoksu is doing a pretty terrific job on the Dynamite.
Yeah, some really nice supers coming in, trying to get it again, but Fatal using that phase shifter out of the way. Homemade Recipe going to be popped by George H, and yet another stun coming in. Shoksu is bullying Cosmin. As soon as he pushes up, he either gets stunned or supered. The speed should change this fact, though, but it looks like he might even fall again. As George H with a really nice pinch, and it's looking like 7W are going to run away with this win.
Yeah, good stuff from 7W. Somehow they still make it look just as easy despite playing some pretty odd brawl. I mean, I feel like Piper makes a decent amount of sense, especially with a bell ban. Like, it can be all right. It's a bit risky. But honestly, didn't really feel like it, as they still get a really one-sided victory against Volpi. Yeah, it does seem like it's one of those round of 16 matches, doesn't it? Where one team is just clearly superior and they can kind of allow themselves to do whatever. It's probably still going to work. Plus, one thing to keep into account as well is that, you know, the teams that you are going to be facing tomorrow, they're going to be watching tonight. And if you play comps that you plan on pulling out for you know, the next couple of matches, well, you can reveal some of your favorite brawlers, stuff that your opponents could use to ban against you or to counter comp you when you face them in similar maps or similar scenarios. So that's all stuff that, you know, is a bit of an advantage as well. If you can win using dumb comps, at least you're not revealing any info. I remember once I saw SK, they had like a really easy group stage, and they literally for the entire day, they literally only played like Frank, BB, and Poco, I think. On any mode, any map, they were just playing that. Like on Snake Prairie, they would play it, in Brawl Ball, in Siege, in Bounty, like everywhere. And actually, they almost lost the match because of it. But they also did win like 2 before that. Pretty convincingly, and it would have been easier if they just played like meta brawlers, but at the same time, at least no one would be able to study any of their comps.
Oh, here's another example of that as the Mortis in Siege is going to be coming in. I mean, you know, quite questionable on this map, I will say. On some other Siege maps, maybe it is viable due to the fact that you expect throwers to come in. Here, though, it's a different story as it is a bit more long-range. Crag going to be picking up an early kill on Foxy as doesn't connect that knockback, and now George H also trying to pick up this pickup on Fatal. He does so, and this is going to be a very, very nice start, even considering they are playing Mortis.
Yeah, thing is, if the Sandy is facing him 1v1 in the lane and that the teammates from Cosmin are busy, then it's a matchup that Shoksu is gonna win 10 times out of 10, right? So I don't know. I don't think Mortis is like very strong on this map, but if you leave him with a matchup that he can win, then honestly, why not? Like, you're not going to be doing any damage on Ike, but do you need it? One siege bot, it's already 21% left. I think that 7W, they're perfectly fine with that. Nice kill from Shoksu, gets the double, and this should be sealing the deal here, as 7W are going to get this siege bot, and I think they can close it out. I mean, with the Mortis, you never know, but so far, I have no reason to believe they won't.
Yeah, I must say, Shoksu playing an absolutely amazing Mortis here, and the pulls keep on raining in from George H2. Going to be using that fly knock in, just securing a bit more damage. They do think they can get the defense, but a pinch from George H is going to be all that is required. Starts to come in now, and this is going to be it for... Oh, I say that, but it's maybe not. 1% remaining, and it does end up trickling down. Match point to 7W now in a very, very dominant game, regardless of the Mortis.
Yeah, so far this match, very one-sided affair. Not too much to say, besides 7W looking strong. Yeah, their opponents, they're not really at that level just yet. I mean, who knows? Maybe we'll see some troll comps coming up next, as it seems to have been a bit of a trend in the last couple of matches. But I don't really see any comeback potential here, to be honest. Like, even less than the previous match, Volpisori, they haven't really shown anything. I think they captured like 40% of the zone in hot zone out of 2 entire games, out of an entire set, which is just, it just shows that they didn't really stand any chances here in Siege. It wasn't any closer. It definitely wasn't.
Yeah, you know, I will say this bracket seems to be seeded absolutely amazingly. It always seems to be, you know, a stronger team who we've heard of versus a less strong team who we aren't too familiar with. And it does always seem to be resulting in the same kind of thing, in pure dominance from one team, and we're seeing that from 7W now. You know, even with these questionable comps, I mean, questionable to me at least, I'm not sure if Teddy feels the same way. But, you know, bringing in these questionable comps and still managing to win, it just shows pure dominance, experience, and some really nice plays from the teams.
Yeah, I do agree about the comps. I do like, you know, going off meta, but I prefer it when it's to bring you an advantage because you know what you're doing and you're expecting to counter a specific comp from your opponents because you know they like to play this comp on this map or play it at that moment, etc., etc. Here, it doesn't really feel like that. It more just feels like, you know, they can afford to do it. And oh, all right. I'll see you.
I mean, honestly, it's not
tomorrow,
a bad matchup. It's not a bad matchup. They've decided to play Rosa and Poco. I will say, not much DPS in comparison to what you know, 7W have at the other side of things. But regardless of the fact that it's gone, they're going to be taking the first siege.
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know at this point. I mean, they definitely got lucky that, you know, they're playing whatever that comp is from Volpisori as well, because they actually can do some pretty good damage. And look at that, Siegebot gonna get to Ike. I think they could maybe even, yeah, the timing on the respawns was a bit off. Otherwise, they could probably have pushed it. Just so much HP, they could just tank in turns. George is gonna fall. The pull onto Shoksu is gonna result in a nice double kill for Volpisori as Crack just respawn. It's not gonna be easy here for 7W Gaming. Like, they're not really getting any bolts, and George is trying to get some better positioning, but this Siegebot is going the way of Volpisori. 7W trying to pick up as many bolts as they can, but they're only gonna have a single bolt lead, which is not a whole lot after losing control.
Yeah, you got to think that the offense from Volpisori is not going to be too good, and look at this defense. It is going to be closing out. They're committing very hard as well. The Rosa goes down. The Gene takes a couple of shots, and this should allow 7W to push out here, and that is a huge mistake from Volpisori.
Yeah, Cosmin, for some reason, just running straight into George's spot. He's going to get traded out this time around. Foxy with the double kill. Oh no, that's a bit of a disaster for 7W. Volpisori, they're gonna get some more bolts, and no, they actually stand a solid shot at winning this game, as they will get Siegebot number 3. Decent level bot as well, level 9 coming up. It's not a huge bot, but to find the 30% damage they need, it seems very much plausible.
I mean, I will say, you know, this defense should be coming in very strong now. Bull tanking a lot, waiting for the Primo to respawn. And look at the value of the Shelly Super. Shell Shock going to be slowing him down, and this might be a defense. If I am seeing one right now, and it's looking like it's going to be. If they can't get the damage they do, just get it by 2%. And Bulbasaur take a game back.
Yeah, that was quite a ridiculous game once again, wasn't it?
I don't even know what I'm watching half the time nowadays. It was the exact same in the qualifiers yesterday. It was absolutely mind-blowing, some of the comps people were going and some of the people who were winning. And, you know, just resulting in a win. I really did think 7W were maybe going to be able to defend that. And if not, I also thought they were maybe going to be able to get a dive, but they decided to try and use all their supers on killing a Rosa. And he resulted getting that double kill. So, you know, turned around very, very heavily.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, Volpisori, you got to give them some credit for taking that game. I think that, you know, especially when your opponents are playing some troll picks against you, you want to try maybe even harder because, you know, you have some higher chances to capitalize on that. And who knows, it can go quickly. You get some more momentum, you get hyped up, and then suddenly you're a whole different team. I don't think that's going to be the case just yet. It does open some possibilities for them to take that set away. But 7W, I don't think they're going to be giving this one quite as easily as the previous game, as I'm expecting a return of some more serious comps. You never know. We've seen teams going all the way through with some interesting picks, but I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Like, there's 5,000 euros on the line. Maybe you just want to close it out seriously, even without you know, trolling. There are reverse sweeps. I don't really know why so many teams are just looking to like push it a bit too much.
Yeah, I don't know either. I would be looking to try and finish this out as soon as possible. You know, even the difference between 9th to 16th, between, you know, to the 8th place spots in the quarterfinals, you're going to be looking at quite a big difference in prize pool. So I'd be looking to just close it out, and that is looking like what they're going to be trying to do now. I'm going to be playing Carl, Piper, and Gene. And on the other side of things, we are seeing double Tank and Gene, which is a bit of a weird matchup.
Yeah, this pool from Cosmin is a big missed opportunity, as 7W will have control of the mid and the left lane, so they are able to get this siege bot. Foxy low HP, falls, nice double kill from 7W Gaming. The super from Shangsu up close. Not sure if it was the most value, to be completely honest. I would rather have seen some walls getting removed either near the safe or the Ike, or some of the walls in the middle. I like both strategies. Oh no. You saw that Trav, right?
I saw it. Yeah. I mean, the pull missed on the siege bot is not going to be too much value at all. And one more push is all that it's going to need if they do play the cards right on the side of 7W. And it looks like they're going to be able to pick this one up as the falls go down for Vulpasori. More breaks coming in. I don't know why he's using these wall breaks up here. It's a guaranteed finish if that mid wall is down for this push and the pull comes in, deflating that push hugely, and this might not be the finish that they want, and a lot of bolts being banked by Vulpasori.
Yeah, this seems like a bit of an unnecessary risk to me, but I guess we will find out how it pays out. Player fatal, going for a play sum and it doesn't connect. I still think they might be able to close this one out, although, yeah, not just yet. Not just yet. Yeah, it's interesting because they could actually have just finished it, and now there is a bit of a bold lead. Cosmin does get tanked up quite a bit, but now Fatal can tank for him, and suddenly we're going to be seeing some gems going the way of Vulpasori. They already have the lead. They keep it up for a couple more seconds, and I think they did. They're going to get the siege bot, Trav.
Yeah, going to need some huge damage though, and without this Frank super and kind of have been deflated, full mid control in favor of 7W, they're going to be able to get a lot of damage on this bot early on. Crag going to be spinning in on Foxy now, and this is an amazing play from him. Takedown comes in. Frank super is available mid-broken. This might be a big push, but he doesn't stun the Ike alongside it, and that might cause a huge defense here. But no, it looks like the damage is going to come in, and they've just completely gifted him a set.
Yeah, that's just a bit awkward, isn't it? Because 7W, I mean, the first game they gave Trovo was them going for some very big troll comps, despite already in the first place playing some not very serious picks. And here towards the end, I don't know if it was just a mistake of not paying attention or miscommunication or not spotting the opportunity, but it did seem like a pretty straightforward opportunity, and I'm just not sure why they would go for that. I mean, the good news is that we get to see a bit more of this match, and that I doubt that 7W are going to be trolling again, just because it's honestly not worth it. But who knows? Maybe they're already rich and they don't really need any money, and therefore they don't really care. I don't know. What I do know is that we're going to set number 3. It's going to be Bounty. I believe it was on Dry Season or Shooting Star. Do you maybe remember? Either way.
I was going to say Canal Grande, but I don't know.
Oh, maybe it is Canal Grande. Well, we will find out. It's going to be the map roulette as we hop in. Let's not predict too many comps, because honestly, first of all, there's no point, because we know we're going to see some penny or something otherwise. And secondly, well, we're not entirely sure what the battleground is going to be looking like. With that being said, I do still expect 7W to close this match out. I feel like they dragged it way longer than they should have. But this is the golden opportunity for Volpisori to turn this best of 3 into a best of 1, because there's only one more set to be played, and honestly, in a best of 1, anything can happen. And looks like I was right, Trav.
Yeah, we're seeing Rico though. That's slightly worrying in my eyes from Volpisori. Gonna be playing Mr. P2, who fell out the meta a long time ago. Tick is a very good pick though. George H looking to try and get some shots on it. It looks like he might be falling here. Good trade out though, but the gadget comes in from player Fatal. Going to be getting a good amount of pressure on the Piper, wasting a couple of shots and getting some good damage.
A 3-star lead, or sorry, 1-star lead, 3 stars total for 7W. Cosmin trying to push up with that Tick head is gonna place it as well. I'm gonna get taken care of quite easily, but 7W Gaming, all they need to do is play passive, let Volpisori push up, and with that come from Volpisori, if they're playing around the open areas here, it's gonna be really hard for them to find any kills on 7W.
Yeah, 7W got some really nice position here as well. I must say, Shocksu clearly likes Piper, because I think it's quite unusual to see it here. We've seen a lot of Gene double thrower, but not really too much Piper. Isn't too great in the meta at the moment, and especially against the brawlers such as these. Really surprising to see him going this aggressive when they do have this only 1-star lead. One little fumble could cause them the game, but Crag picks up a nice little kill over that left-hand side at the back. And another one from George H, along with a Garden Mulcher to get his HP back up, is going to give him a nice little lead.
7-star lead right now, and so far we haven't seen all that much from Volpisori in this game. Super from Foxy, oh my, the wall from George just bounces every shot away from him. And I don't really see any ways to come back for Volpisori. Yet another kill going down. Foxy once again, he has the angle, and at the moment where he starts shooting, there's a wall that gets dropped by the Sprout to just deny those shots from finding any connections. Good stuff from 7W. They pick up this game, and now it is going to be match point in their favor once more. I'm expecting them to close this one out, but at this point, I'm not even sure what to expect anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either. It kind of just seemed like, Volpisori didn't really know the comps too well. Playing Rico on a map like this doesn't seem too strong at all. It's weak against throwers, it's weak against Piper, it's weak against near enough any long-range brawler or thrower. So, to see it come out in a map like Dry Season is really, really unusual, alongside the Mr. P2, which fell out the meta a long time ago. Just seems like they really didn't know what to play, and they kind of just brought something out that they thought was going to work, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, I agree. It was a bit of an interesting comp from Volpisori, to be honest. As you rightly said as well, the Mr. P and the what else was it? What did they have again? Mr. P and
Rico.
That's something else. Rico. I don't really know why. Rico, I don't know why whatsoever. I don't see any good bounces on this map that rely on having a Rico, or where having a Rico is any sort of advantage. Yeah, Mr. P, I mean, he used to be really strong, but it does feel like it's a bit of an outdated pick right now. No one really plays it anywhere. And it definitely felt underwhelming in that game. So maybe some comp adjustments, maybe a bit of a different result for the next game. But honestly, it's just looking to line up here for 7W in my opinion.
Yeah, the power's in their hands now. Whether they, it seems like it has been for a while, where they actually want to win the game and not going to play a serious comp, and it probably will be, considering it's the last set. You can't really mess about there when you just dropped a set to this kind of team. And, double tank max seems like a bit of a weird comp to go, but against this kind of thrower comp, that Mortis is going to thrive hugely.
Yeah, this is perfect for him. Even the Piper isn't like the hardest opponent for him. So he could make something nice happen. So far he's a bit stuck. He's going to move forward. Does get knocked back by the last round from Cosmin. And we do have that blue star lead in favor of 7W. Push in from Shocksu. Picks up a nice kill onto Foxy. And now that lead is going to be winding up just a little bit more.
Yeah, it needs to be really... That's a vertical jump from him, and they might take advantage of this. Mortis has been forced to retreat, falling low. Krag over-aggressing now, but the gadget might be the saving grace. Shocksu attempting to bait out yet another last hurrah. Good preventive shots from Foxy, though, and look at this pinch. They are going to be done for. But the last hurrah comes in, and he dodges it one more time, but the shot comes into the Piper. Missed shot from Krag as well, almost connecting with that head. But still a stick-star lead in favor of 7W.
Yeah, this is pretty comfortable for 7W so far. The Mortis pick just doing so much work. Krag as well on the BB having a pretty good time. And overall, this match is just very one-sided. Even the games that were won by Vulpesori, honestly, did feel like a bit of a steal. 10-star difference. Vulpesori need to find a kill as soon as possible. And when I say one, I really mean a full-on team wipe. And I don't think that's going to be happening just yet. Good super from Shocksu. He's not... Oh, he is going to go down, but there's a trade. And I think that there's just not enough stars on the field anyways. So 7W Gaming, they ultimately do pick up the set. And therefore, this match moving on to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
Yeah, I will say, as we expected after the first couple of games, well, they did lose that second set. Really well played from Vulpesori in that. Maybe a little troll comp in the first one, but did seem to win against what was a serious comp in the second game when 7W did bring out that Piper, Max and Carl, I believe it was. Very serious comp, and they still managed to come in with the win, so you've got to give them some kind of credit for that second set. Just weren't able to bring it home in the third, as heavily outcomped in both games. First one, just due to the fact that they made some really questionable brawler picks in the second one. They expected what they were going to be playing.
Yeah, I completely agree, Travis. With that being said, though, we have some highlights for you from this match while we take a quick break until we get to match number 7. Welcome back, everyone. My name is Steady. I am joined by Trav, and this is our 7th match coming up. We've had 6 matches. Some were pretty one-sided, some got actually pretty close. I'm not so sure what to expect from this one, but let's give a bit of a look at our bracket. It's going to be Navi versus FDP. On paper, honestly, I'm not sure if I know who FDP is, but Navi, I mean, they are the dominant team in EECA monthly finals. They've won, I believe, every single one so far, so they're definitely a really strong team. Trav, do you have maybe any more information than I do about FDP?
I'm not too familiar with them, and I can't really find their lineup anywhere either, but it does say they're a Spanish team, so probably not too familiar with them, as, the Spanish teams are fairly big in the scene if we are well known. And Navi, very, very big team, and I will say, you kind of expect them to win. Here are the maps, though. We are going to be seeing Safe Zone, Split, and Shooting Star. Safe Zone recently returning to the map pool, so it's a really, really nice map to be able to watch. And honestly, one of my personal favorites.
Yeah, I really like it as well. Some long-range fights. You have some different possibilities as well. Throwers are really good, but it's a risky decision because if you have something like a Colt on the other side or even a Piper, they can open up the map quite quickly. Any long-range brawler does really well here as well. Byron is really solid too, just because of his versatility to go for both heals and damage. What else? Honestly, even Crow, Colette, just so good anywhere in Heist. Let me think. Bell, if it's not banned, but I doubt that it's not gonna get banned. There's definitely a couple of other options as well. I said Colt earlier, really good at just opening up that map, having a bit of an easier time, but we have our bans ready. Let's give them a quick look. It's gonna be Colt, Stu, Gene, and Poco. Colt ban is definitely an interesting decision here. I mean, I think it makes sense just because some of those maps here do rely on Colt quite a bit, but what are your thoughts, Trav?
I was about to say, before the bans came up, and I was going to say this is the first time I'm ever going to say it, and hopefully the last, as these maps do line up perfectly for a Colt ban. You see in, Safe Zone first, where it relies absolutely heavily off the instant wall break over one of the sides, and then Split as well, the diagonal wall break with the silver bullet, is going to be so influential in so many comps. Yeah, so that's a really, really good ban from FTP, I will say. Stu going to be coming in too. Gene and Poco as well. Honestly, you're going to kind of be looking towards the Brock now for the instant wall break, and honestly, a recent buff is probably going to provide heavily in that favor.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it could also mean that they want to go for some more throwers or something along those lines, just because there's going to be less options to just play around with. And the thing with Colt is that it's a pretty decent brawler, even if you don't take the destruction capabilities into account, especially for Heist. Which is a bit of a difference with Brock. Brock does struggle still quite a bit more than Colt. If you remove the utility part of opening up the map, Brock is going to be pretty much worse at everything compared to the Colt. So I would say that overall, it does make it a bit more of an actual decision, whereas Colt would be just a go-to that you just go for because it's not really a sacrifice. I feel like going Brock here is a bit of a sacrifice because it's hard to hit your shots, it's hard to really find a lot of value, it's hard to push up close. It does do decent damage on save, just like Colt. But winning those 1v1 interactions are going to be quite complicated, as the shots are quite easy to just juke. Plus, he doesn't have a whole lot of HP, he gets taken out so quickly.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. It is a big decision to make, but in my eyes, only one who's got another instant wall break in that rocket fuel gadget. And he does do 1,652 damage now, which is huge, especially with the incendiary on the safe. It's going to be able to melt it close to the same amount as Colt if you do use that burst really nicely on the safe. So I think it's a really good plan, but yeah, as you said, might be opting to go for a huge amount of throwers, especially with the tick on Split, as well as the likes of Barley and stuff like that, which do have that range to be able to hit the safe from that corner pocket in Safe Zone.
Does he still have the range now, even with the damage the range nerf? I think he still does, right? Because he had the range before.
I think because before even the 11% buff, I think it was the tiniest amount of a tile off hitting it.
Yeah, like
so
just
I believe
above,
maybe Yeah, I think just about, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm excited to find out. Yeah, it's so refreshing every time right after the balance changes, especially since I really like those balance changes because I did enjoy the meta before that, but it was a bit Mr. P-ish as well. Before that was even the balance changes before that. But I like how it's been pretty subtle for the balance changes. Like it really feels like balancing rather than just like completely changing things around, which I like. But here we go. We have the Crow, Byron, and Colette against the Colette, Max, and Carl. I feel like on paper, I like the comp from FDP just a bit more, but you know, Navi is Navi. You shouldn't rule them out until they are out because they are quite a fierce opponent.
Yeah, I mean, this flying hook over the water, I didn't really take that into account when, you know, saying comps that are going to be good, and the Max can provide this instant control when that super is popped. Going to be over the right-hand side, using that phase shifter away from that splash coming in from Arturo, which would have finished him off. Can provide some nice jukes, but popping the speed from himself whilst very low. An amazing jump from Zowie there. Some damage coming in from MMA, but it's looking all in favor of FDP so far.
Yeah, full-on mid control in favor of FDP. This is going to be their chance to get some more shots on that save rather. Jorge ultimately with the help of 34 Wii picks up a nice kill. Jorge was the finishing blow there as well. This is a little bit of a lead for Navi, but it's not that big a difference.
Yeah, Colette opting not to really use these Colette supers on safe. Now he will be there when the Crow jump comes in too. That is a lot of damage coming in, and Navi not really showing too many signs of pushing out. Now though, MMA over this right-hand side. Jason with the spin in. Not going to get any value when that splash does come in. Healing up Georgie is in? I don't know. Georgie. With that splash as well as doing the damage. Another super acquired. And honestly, Navi, against all odds, do have a decent amount of damage on safe.
Yeah, they did manage to come back quite a bit, but it's still almost a 50% difference, or in the sense that, you know, never mind, that's too complicated to explain. But I got my own point, and that's what ultimately matters. 35 seconds left, and it's Navi that need to find an engagement, that need to find more damage. And look at that, 13% more damage from Jorge coming true. Only a 2 versus 2 right now. Jorge with another kill, or George rather. I'm going to call him just George. And actually, George just gets a casual triple kill. FDP pretty much have the final push as well. And this is looking like they will just close it out. Indeed, first game going to FDP. Interesting turn of events. I do feel like the comp was just a bit better, as the Byron was just providing so much help, where it was to position his opponents, heal up his teammates, and I think that that was one of the keys to victory here for FDP Brawl Stars.
Yeah, I will say, you know, I think that was the key to success. You can't really ignore the fact that Colette and Byron is still in play. It can be viable no matter what bans are in play, and, you know, Colt is usually paired up with that regardless, and that is usually the go-to pair up on this map. So I'm not quite sure why Navi did kind of reject that pick and go for a bit more of an unorthodox Carl, Max, and what's the last brawler? I'd say Carl Max comp. Yeah, rather than the other play.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. But we are ready to hop back in. I think we have the same exact comp from FDP. Now we do have the Byron and... Wait, do we have a Bell? Bell was banned. Or was it?
I'm confused with myself at this point. I don't know. I feel like it definitely should have been banned if it's not. But
I think it was just banned. Yeah. I think we had banned.
I guess we just carry on like it wasn't.
I'm not entirely sure now. I'm not entirely sure.
No, it wasn't. Well, it was Colt Stew, Poco Stew, I think. I'm not sure.
Oh, true. Colt. All right, well... No ban on the Bell, my bad. I think I mistook it for the Cold ban indeed, and for the bans for the previous match. So, 6% lead from Navi early on. I do feel like Bell is a really good pick, and I'm surprised to only see it appear in game number 2 and only on one side.
Yeah, George going to be picking up a nice kill there. BBGs really need to start connecting some of these shots. Does mark up Arturo here, but Splash coming in, going to be taken down. And the damage is starting to come in now as George in a good position with the heals from Arturo too. It's going to be almost getting in super here. And he needs to start raining those down on safe as Navi do take some control back.
Yeah, some more damage going the way of Navi. Looking to find George. Will take him down, and this is gonna be their chance to create maybe a bit more space. 3 versus 1, but actually, did he jump up? I think the Crow did, right? Yep. Oh, is that a miss from MMA as well in his super? That's a bit awkward, but he does pick up the kill, which is better than nothing. But so far, so good for Navi. They're in a good position to just hold to center control and keep getting more tags on that Ike. On that save, sorry.
Yeah, that Crow jump up did do a decent amount, but MMA's just going to be able to equal out with one super, and now you're seeing FDP getting a really nice push out. That shield from MMA providing so useful. Navi really needs to start connecting the shots to Arturo now. He's just going to be healing all day long. Zowie, one shot. Damage, the mark isn't going to connect now, and Zowie in a good position of this round side to be able to use this slow in toxin, but gets taken down, and this is a good position for MMA to take this lead if he can connect this Colette super.
Yeah, we are at 12%. On his side, Colette super does hit, and I think that is going to be about to seal the deal. Navi, they managed to pick up this game, tie things up, and push things to game number 3 for this map.
Yeah, I must say, kind of surprising to see their opponents even with a game here, and some very nice plays in that game too. Could have gone either way at the end of the day, but you know, I'm really kind of liking that Bell pick there. Although the Crow is so valuable when using those slowing toxins, but we didn't really see too much value at all out of them there, as there's just really not too much to get those hard hits when they are slowed in opposition to having like a Bell or something, who really going to value out of getting that slow and hit.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it does so good with those sharpshooters. Also with tanks in general, you know, you can just kind of like run after him when he's slowed down and get an easy kill. But yeah, this is gonna be the decider. Do you think that any comp changes should be applying here from our previous game?
I mean, I'd honestly kind of like to see the Crow from Navi, but, you know, Bell may be even going to be working in mid instead of Byron as well. I know I said those heals are so useful, but when hitting that mark, it's just going to kind of counteract the value of the heals as you do more damage as it is. And then, you know, when these Colette Supers do start to come in along with the Crow slows and the hits from Bell, it really does start to kind of flip the game in your favor.
Yeah, well, we are ready to go. We have a Bronc coming in on the side of Navi. Same comp as previous game, except for the Bell making an appearance for FDP, and that is so far a bit of a slower paced start. Some gadgets not connecting early on, but I'm sure things will change around as, yeah, we got a nice double tap from Jason, and now finally some more damage going the way of Navi. Normally, well, not really. They're gonna get pushed back actually.
Yeah, shots unsafe from BBG is going to be so valuable, especially with that buff. Shots coming in now, but Gadget from George is going to take them down, and Zowie now going to be looking extremely low too. Shots coming in from MMA as well. Jason going to be one shot though, keeping these two people back with some nice taps, bringing them both extremely low again. Arturo just neglecting the heals onto not even going to try and pronounce that name, but Jason is going to be in mid trying to pinch with MMA. Doesn't allow him to get that Colette super up, which is going to be so valuable in the long run. And look at the amount of damage that Navi have done, and I didn't even realize.
Yeah, this is looking much better on their side. Should be about to get it done, but we have a bit of a counterattack maybe slowly forming up. So far, some good tanks from Arturo, but as soon as FDP tries to get up close, it just gets sniped from afar.
MMA with another super on safe, and you know, this mark on top of BBG's head is really not paying too valuable, as he does get another takedown on George and some more shots on safe. Gonna be looking like they're gonna be finishing it here. If MMA can also get some shots in, it is gonna be done, as the Incendiary tops the safe off. And that is gonna be the first set going in favor of Navi in a really nice comeback in this set.
Yeah, absolutely on point. A bit of a slower motor to start maybe on their end. Like it took a while for them to really warm up and get, you know, the feeling of it. But once they did, they started looking better and better. And in this game, that was the most one-sided game out of the three. So congrats to them. We'll have some heist action. Never mind, we just did heist hot zone action up next. I believe the map was split, but I might be wrong. Anyways, well, I guess there's two approaches. Was I wrong, Trav?
I'm not going to make any comments after my last prediction. I actually don't know either. So yeah. It's a possibility. Yeah, it is split because of the Colt ban. Yeah, it is going to be split.
That's true.
Colt being banned as well. So maybe you're going to be looking towards more thrower comps or, possibly even, comps like the Surge Pam and who's the other brawler in that comp? Like Tick comp's going to be coming out a lot more as well now. That's been such a prominent comp in a lot of other competitive competitions.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we will see what they decide to go for. Obviously, Split, it is a massive map for Colt, but there was a meta before Colt was meta here. So, yeah, the Surge, the Ricos, those kind of brawlers are pretty much what you expect on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really weird play off the start from, I'm just going to call him 34, to be honest with you. Uses knockback before even getting anywhere up the map, and that caused him to take a lot of damage from BBG's. BBG's going to be surviving here, and the wall break coming in at the front really not going to be helping George at all, and pressure on both sides now from Navi as they do secure both of the zones.
Yeah, solid start. FDP looking to open up the situation. Jason might be the weak link against the Surge. It's going to be low HP, but look at that. He's back in the zone. TP comes in eventually from Arturo. That's going to be the kill. And now suddenly there's full-on control for FDP. They are still a bit behind percentages-wise, but they could very much so catch up.
Yeah, Navi just edging the lead at the moment, 4% in it. BBG's really needs to try and make a play over here on this right side, and the shots being missed from George is going to allow that. Just getting a little bit more of the zone, 10% needed, jumping over, I think, 3 shots there from Arturo, spamming out those shots now. BBG's going to be still juking, and that is going to be it for the first game, as Navi are going to be going on to match point now.
Yeah, it definitely looked quite alright from their opponents. I feel like they could have done still a bit better, but it was one of their better games in this match. I honestly think that that's gonna be it. I think that 7-7W, they can just close it out here, make it clean 4-0 in games, 2-0 each set. Actually, they did lose a set, sorry, in Heist against FDP. But yeah, I don't think that's going to be too much of a problem. Navi, I trust in them to just clear it out in a clean way for our final game of this match.
Yeah, no, I think so too. Navi, all odds on them in my opinion, and eyes as well on them to be winning this. Such a strong team there, and BBG's on that Surge. I think he must have survived near enough the whole game, using jump after jump to avoid shots from the opposing Surge and Tick. Really nice plays from him as well as some good TPs at the start. Arturo doing some good work on the left-hand side too, but in the long run, he was just dropping that side to Jason, allowing him to fully secure that, which you do expect on the defensive zone. So yeah, I mean, good plays from both of the Surges there, but Jason just able to collect it a bit better than the opposing side.
Yeah, a bit more consistent overall as well. Navi just able to get more retakes and more comfortably as well, and have a lot more control. Whereas FDP, they had to go for big risks, which did work out a couple of times, but the ones they don't, it did really cause that game to turn around. Arturo was nice jump and able to immediately get the kill. A bit of a misplacement from the party. Should probably have known the presence of the jump pad. We have a bit of a fight towards the left-hand side. It's going to result in a nice double kill for Navi on the right side. BBG's is doing a pretty good job at shutting down Jorge, and this is looking like a pretty decent situation going the way of Navi. Although they are a little bit behind in percentages, they should be catching up soon enough.
Jason is not messing around on this left-hand side. Really aware of that jump pad now. I think I'm going to say that, then Arturo is going to jump in and absolutely melt him, I can see. But Jason is still aware. Full coming in, though, and that is going to be the takedown for Arturo. Just the healing tonic doesn't really come into much effect from MMA, and BBG is going to be fully secure on that right-hand side. Not really too much pressure on him, I say that, and then George comes in and connects some shots. Now going to be back in the mix as BBG is going to be healed up a little bit more. Jump coming in from Arturo, but Jason's fully secured the side, so all focus on the right for Navi.
Yeah, both teams captured their respective zones. Who can engage more? Who can engage better now?
It's going to be Navi, as Navi take it. And that is going to be the game done. Navi going to be victorious, moving on to the quarterfinals for tomorrow. And FDP going to be going home with €100. Something to send them on their way, guaranteed. Every team who's gone out is guaranteed that €100. But I must say, very well played from Navi there. Does secure the win and secures the quarterfinals. Going to be playing against one of the teams that becomes victorious in our next game. And we're going for our final 5-minute break with some highlights for you guys. Be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Steady, and I am joined by the one and only Trav Talks. This is gonna be our 8th, last, and final round of 16 match of the day. After that, we're done for today, and we will be playing the quarters, semis, and grand finals tomorrow. So yeah, last match of the day. Are you looking forward for this one, Trav?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, I don't think I'm too familiar with the teams, but it promises to be a good game no matter what. As you know, that's what we've been seeing all day. Having a quick look at the bracket now, we can see the teams that have advanced to the quarterfinals of tomorrow. We're going to be seeing Extremers versus Final Stand, AC Milan Clash versus FA, Escobar versus 7W, and Navi versus the victor of this game between 09 Gang and No Fear.
Yeah, a bit of a chance for one of those two teams, as you rightly said. Maybe not the most known to just sneak a bit forward. We'll see. But I think we got our maps and modes ready. Nuts and bolts for Siege to kick things off. Minecart Man is in Gem Grab. And if it comes down to the third set, it's going to be played on Split. So yeah, some pretty nice maps, to be honest. I feel like Minecart Madness is going to be a bit of the tougher one, but we'll see how those teams are able to play. Definitely one of the hardest maps to play in the game. A lot of factors to take into account. And, you know, the only map where there's actually like other dangers, but your enemy team that you have to take into account.
Yeah, I mean, I do like to see Minecart. I know it's hated by a lot of people, but it's actually really good to watch. It's tough to play, but good to watch, if you get what I mean. Yeah, but we are going to be kicking off on... Sorry, what was that?
I think Nuts and Bolts in Siege, I believe.
Yeah, Nuts and Bolts, right, yeah. Nuts and Bolts, so you're probably going to be looking at some fairly similar bands to what we've seen before, being like the Bell and the Stew, being so good on that map. As well as like a Carl or something like that might be a worthwhile ban, considering both of the maps that we're going to be playing. But, you know, you've always got to be looking towards the Gene Max comps, and it's a possibility of another Max ban. We've seen it quite frequently today.
Well, we don't have to wait any longer because we are going to see our bans right now. We have the Bell, we have the Carl, we have the Barley, and the Stew. I think that's the first Carl ban of the day, isn't it, Trav?
Yeah, I do think so, and it's quite worthwhile one at that, I will say, being very dominant at the moment with that extra pickaxe speed. It just seems to be a really strong brawler around, and when it's not been banned, which is near enough every single game today, it's been played quite frequently.
Yeah, for sure. It's one of those brawlers. We have some every single meta. You have that brawler that no one ever bans, but everyone somehow still plays and thinks is super strong. We had it with Gene for a long time. We had it with Mr. P recently. It does seem like it's Carl at the moment. And it might change, to be completely honest. We'll have to see as well how, you know, the teams adapt. And the more they get familiar with Stew and Bell, the less scary they are going to be as well. So we'll see. Maybe that can change even before the next balance changes. With that being said, for Nuts and Bolts, you can play all kinds of stuff. You can go for some throwers, obviously either Barley or Sprout. You can go for some tankier brawlers such as BB as well, and then obviously stuff like Max, still really strong at the moment. Gene, of course, as well, and we have a Tick and a Sandy on each side, actually. The Sandy on each side, the Tick just for No Fear.
Yeah, good phase shifter there from the Max, I will say. I think that's going to be near enough guaranteeing the first pushes. Sandy should pick up this kill here, but he doesn't just in time. Banks it, and it's going to be returning into a draw. Rankek going to be guaranteeing that bolt as well. Speed coming in, full available. Should be able to connect using this pull, and he does. Fury is going to have that super when respawning, though, and Bogdan going to be tanking this Tick head to the face. But a good Sandy super being provided now.
Yeah, are you familiar with any of those players? Because I don't think I am. I mean, Fury sounds familiar, but that's about all I can get you.
Yeah, no, I'm not really too familiar with any of these, and the pull is missed by Brantic there. Protic, actually. Speed is available from Brankek, though, and Bogdan, yet again, picking up his super, leaving Davey one shot. Speed going to be provided now, and super going down. 10-9, though, I will say this is going to be a good push in return from No Fear if they can get this defense off.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, 7 bolt difference, not impossible. Like, it's definitely winnable if O9 get like pretty much every single bolt in the next one. But look at that siege bot. It already took so much damage. I think they need to play it safe. I think they need to play for the retake. No matter what, they're not going to be able to deal enough damage here to really be in a comfortable position. Instead, they should play for the next bot. And honestly, things are setting up quite nicely for that to be a viable option, because they are already catching up bolt-wise. Only a couple behind. They get a nice pool to pick up the kill. Bogdan is going to get caught off guard by Davi. Davi getting some nice damage. Oh, it's a close one. I think it's going to go the way of O9. Yup, 10 bolts. They get the siege bot, and it is automatically going to be a win on their side, because they already have the damage lead anyways, and there's nothing No Fear can do at this point. Game number 1 going the way of O9. They were the dominant team. I mean, in the end, in Siege, very often it does kind of play down towards who has a Siege bot, because you have that nice advantage of keeping control. But being behind 6 bolts, quite a challenge to catch up, and they played that off really, really well.
I will say it is very, very hard to push out into a Sandy super using Rude Sands, as well as, the max speed and the Gene pull. It's really hard to push out into that, because if you push too aggressively, the Gene is going to be connecting that pull just with auto aim if you are going to be walking directly in a straight line, which you're going to be out of that spawn. So you kind of got to think towards a bit more of a different play, where you just triple stack one of the lanes maybe and really try to push out when a max speed does come in. But, they just didn't have the max to be able to provide that, and that's what really kept them pinned in spawn, as they were trying to avoid feeding supers as well as getting hit by them.
Yeah, I think they missed any sort of utility to go for a retake. Like, anything to really open things up. There was no Gene Pool, there was no Max Super, there was no Sandy Super. There was just nothing really to help the team move forward, because they did do a stack. They all went on the same side. They all tried to play together. If at that point, if they picked up one bolt, that would have meant siege bot for them, because that's one less bolt for O9, and one more for them, so that makes a 2 bolt difference in the end. And they were just not able to get a single bolt. Like, they got like 2 bolts, I think. So they really didn't need all that much, but they needed something, and they couldn't quite get it. So I think their comp works really well if they are in an even fight in the center, or if they are keeping control. To actually retake it, it's really challenging, and it would have needed either a bigger lead early on, so played better during that middle part of the game, or they would have needed to just, honestly, I'm not even too sure. I think that was the only option. I think they need a different brawler in there, a Max or a Gene or something that can help them get some control back, because that was not it. Like, if with your comp, if you lose control once and you have no way whatsoever to get taking it back, that just doesn't seem like a very strong comp to me.
Yeah, it kind of just seemed like they were missing the most valuable factor of the comp, and I'm not really too sure about this one they're pulling out now. Going to be playing that Frank and the Tick, and I'm not quite sure why Fury didn't commit for that bolt there. Sandy's just not going to have the DPS to take you out as a Frank before you pick up that bolt, but the Tick head coming in now, and I believe that's going to leave it too late for them to bank it to even this out, and the first push is going to be going in favor of O9 Gang. And I must say, it seems like some very weird plays coming out from No Fear.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about their comp. I feel like it's I just don't really see the point all that well, to be completely honest. Like, with Frank, obviously it is pretty good at getting some bolts because it has so much HP, but it is going to get no support whatsoever, nothing to work with from his teammates. And I think they need to miraculously get a siege bot and hope he can get a nice stun on the Ike. But right now they're not really getting too many bolts, so it's looking less and less likely to happen.
I mean, here comes Davey now, and he's just got some good shots on Bogdan. Gonna go down 2, and this is really where it could go quite wrong for 09 Gang if they don't get the damage in this pushes. You're seeing them pick up a good like 7 or 8 bolts there for the next round, and 0 in the hands of 09. Not looking good for them if they are able to defend this with a very good amount of damage remaining on their Ike.
Yeah, this is looking really good for No Fear, and only 4% damage. That's really strong. It's still possible for 09 to catch up with this one, and so far it's looking pretty good for it, actually. They're going to pick the one kill. David does survive. He falls eventually, but it's going to be a one-on-one trade. Fury has his super available. He goes for it, doesn't find a connection. They do need a couple more balls here, no fear. Otherwise, it could actually be tied or even go the way of 09 Gang. And look at that, 8 bolts on each side, making 9 for 09 Gang. And once again, it's the retake that fails no fear. Not able to pick up a single bolt this time around. Siegebot for 09. I don't really see any chances for no fear to close this one out, as we do have a bit more damage pouring down on that red Ike, and the game going the way of 09 Gang.
Yeah, that must have been a really disappointing set for No Fear there, as 09 take 2 games that definitely should have gone in No Fear's favour, but just unable to push out 2 games in a row. One game they were 6 down, 6 up, and another game they were 9 up, or 8. I mean, being able to bring that back to 9-8 in the advantage of the team closest to us. I can't remember the names now. I'm completely forgetting stuff, but being able to bring that back is just an amazing fact to be able to do. Just not being able to push into the Gene, Sandy, or Max yet again, as those supers just synergize so well. And as a 3, they're going to be able to take down any tank easily.
Yeah, they just had brawlers that are strong at like holding their own stuff around, but they didn't have any brawlers that could like actually help the whole team or find an opening for the team. And that was a big problem. And I think it does show maybe a bit of a lack of experience on their end, that the reason they lose in game 1, they know they have to change something, but they didn't know what, because going for a Frank was not going to solve any of those problems. If anything, it just made it even worse. So it did feel, like they were able to find out that there was something not working with the comp, but they went completely the wrong way for a solution, and they got punished for it. That's for sure. I mean, it's a set they could absolutely have taken, and I think that the comp they were playing, I think it could have worked if they were better at retakes, in the sense that, right now, because they were not able to get any successful mid retakes, they absolutely needed a brawler that would make it much easier. If they were super good at it, then they wouldn't necessarily need it, and they could try comps like this because they excel at other aspects. So it would have been a bit more versatile, but because it seemed to be their weakness in the first place, going for a comp that just makes your weakness even weaker just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I just seem to be really, really hesitant. I will say I do like this Crow pick on the side of No Fear here, and 3 gems early on for 09 Gang in Protic's hands. Bogdan going to be over this right-hand side against the Roughs, feeding the super very early, walking into near enough every single shot that he's been taking. Going to be using that the map-breaking star power now, and Bogdan with some eventual good positioning. Going to be trying to pinch with Protic now, and it looks like it's going to be available, but he does go down, and so does Brannick. And Bogdan, only one alive, and the Crow jump is not going to take him down either. Looking to try and pick up this kill onto the Jessie, but it doesn't happen. And I will say, it's a good time for him to go down to that turret as the gems are back in Gene's hands.
Yeah, that's not all that bad. If anyone overextends from No Fear to pick up those gems, Protic has his pool available, but the gap is closing slowly. Only a 3 gem difference. We'll see when we get a pull from Protic. The sandbags and the turret placed down, gonna keep control a bit longer, but those 2 gems, they could get quite problematic for anyone to pick up. They are going the way of 09 in the end. He's going for 2 more. That's going to be the countdown starting, and now No Fear. They need to go on the hunt, and they need the kill. Nice knockback from Protic. Didn't really take any damage from that super, and that should be the game secured. Match point coming up for 09 Gang, and honestly, man, those games have been so close, and yet they went all the way of 09. That's the toughest, man. That's the toughest, because if you lose a game because you get completely outcomped and you don't stand a chance, that's fine, you move on. But if every single game you give everything you have, the comps are like no heavy counters. There are flaws, but it's not like you're getting heavily countered. then you know that it's just like unfortunate, and that it could have like it could have been match point for No Fear right now. Literally, like the difference is that small, and yet you know, 3 games going the way of 0-9-0 for No Fear. So I could see them going for a comeback, but the morale is going to be pretty low for No Fear, just because it's heartbreaking to lose so many games that are that close. And for 0-9 Gang, the momentum is just going to be all the way up. And I feel like that is one of the reasons why they might just run away with a 4-0 victory in games against No Fear.
Yeah, I agree. 0-9 have been playing this so well. And, you know, people keep on bringing out the Sandy in this, but I do like the Crow a lot more. And that was played by No Fear, but just playing Jesse and Ruffs alongside it just doesn't seem to be working out at all. Going to be going for the mirror now. And now it's a real test of who is going to be coming out on top.
Yeah, we'll find out. But the first skill pretty easily goes the way of 0-9. Not even sure how, because there was like no trade of damage whatsoever. Protic and Brankic pretty much stayed full HP, and yet picked up the kill without any supers or anything to work with. Bogdan with the kill onto Davi. The miss pool. It's going to be a costly mistake, because Protic, he has a pool of his own available.
Yeah, not going to be making much use of the speed, though.
Yeah. Interesting that he decides not to use it. I mean, I guess he could just pull... Well, he's going to use it now. I feel like if he used it earlier, they would not have lost middle control. So it does seem like a bit of an odd decision, because the pull that he got right now was useless, if you get what I mean, guys. Like, he got the kill, but it's not like they capitalized on it whatsoever. Earlier, they really could have. Plaza has a super available for himself. Are we going to see maybe a bit of a double gene pull here? Bogdan falls to Plaza, but he's so low HP. Oh my god, the blind pull.
Wow, what a pull from Protic there. And if that's the pull to decide the game, then I am very happy that it has gone in their favor, because he is well deserved of that play. 9 seconds left, no chance of a reset here for No Fear. And 0-9 are going to be the final team going to the quarterfinals in Trovo Titans Birthday Bash.
Man, once again, the caster scurs. Just when I start complaining about his pools, he hits a magnificent blind pool. Honestly, I feel like we're just making the gameplay better by, you know, flaming the teams so they try to prove us wrong. No, but seriously, very well played by 0-9 Fear. I do feel like their opponents did play very well as well. No Fear, commendable performance. It was worth more than, you know, losing 4 games, in my opinion. Let's give a look to our brackets, guys. See how today went. We have Extremiers versus Final Stand that will be played out tomorrow. AC Milan Clash versus FA. Escobar versus 7W Gaming. And then finally Navi versus 0-9 Gang. Those are your 4 quarterfinals. They will be played of all tomorrow for our next stream. Once again, same time, same exact place. And here you have already some results regarding the payouts, guys. The teams that are going home with €100 are No Fear, FDP, Volpisori, Infamous, Gojo, Knackers, Stivarium, and Geo Blanc, as they lose in the round of 16, and that means that the other teams are making a minimum of 200 all the way to 1,600, and obviously you get some points as well, some Titan points. 10 points for every team in the top 16, and it goes only up from there.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, very well played by all of those teams. They've provided us some absolutely amazing games to watch today. Sadly, they are going to be going home, but not empty-handed, as we have said, €100 each team. That amounts to a decent amount for the amount of time played in today's series. So, yeah, I mean, they're the teams going home, and quarterfinals are going to be played tomorrow, so be sure to return in that.
Yeah, well, that is going to be it for us, guys. First of all, I'll give 2 or 3 really quick shout out to Trovo and the Trovo Titan project, but also to our production team, the players competing today and through the weekend in the qualifiers, and to you guys for watching. With that being said, guys, we are going to be heading towards a bit of a raid so we can show some love to another Trovo streamer. I don't know if we are supposed to be deciding who is getting rated. All right, it's gonna be all handled by the production. You love to see it. All right, well, guys, thank you so much for watching. Trav, do you have any final words?
No, I just like to say, obviously, thank you to you as well, Teddy, for being a nice little co-cast. And then that is going to be it for me as well. Goodbye. Thank you all for watching. And obviously, huge shout out to everybody who Teddy gave a shout out to.